Take me. There we go. All right, let's see if we're coming through now. Hello and welcome back to Week in Review. Sorry about the pause. I had my audio rookie mistake here going. I forgot to connect my audio. I was actually so proud of myself today. Got the show all ready, no computer problems, and then forgot that one thing that I don't think I've ever forgotten before, which is connect the freaking audio drivers properly. Oh, well, welcome back to Week in Review. Thanks for being here with us this evening. Doooovid, looking forward to the show and see what you have ready for us here today.
Okay, great. Yeah, so daylight savings time. So it's actually 8 o'clock where I am. And yeah, interesting week. I have a lot of research I did this week. Hopefully, some interesting things to share. So let me get straight to it. I have a lot of links, a lot of space I'm using up on my memory. So I moved forward in some of my research. Some of it I continued on similar topics. And I was looking at a little of the works of Michael Poliani. And it's ironic because I was actually confused originally. I thought there's a famous mathematical author, Polya, who wrote a famous book, How to Solve It. And this is not Polya, this Poliani, who I've mentioned in the past before, has the theory of tacit knowledge, and one of the main thinkers of what's called tacit knowledge. So here is a PhD thesis from the London School of Economics and Political Science on Polanyi's theory of tacit knowledge and epistemology of skill in science. And I think Polanyi passed away like 70 years ago, so most of his work goes back a little ways. Um, he was like a father of chunking theory, before chunking theory in the form of tacit knowledge, also precursor to linguistics, questions of comprehension, and his theory of tacit knowledge refers to innate ability of how to do things without the ability to explain it. And there's some theories in relationship to linguistics and like a Chomskyan mentalese, but that there's an internal mental understanding of how to do things, and that's what he refers to as tacit knowledge. And he also has theories on expertise and the philosophy of science. So I'm not sure if there's that much else this week that I'll bring it up. I one quote I took out that I'll read. Polanyi saw the corruption of European civilization stemming from a loss of faith. He hoped his work in philosophy would restore to us once more the power of the deliberate holding of unproven beliefs. After a fruitful career in physical chemistry, he dedicated the last 3 decades of his life to defense of faith in every field to which he turned his attention. He was guided by a sense of obligation towards the truth, by an effort to submit to reality. Even as his intellectual powers faded late in life, Polanyi kept struggling to clarify and communicate his conviction that the liberal tradition had become poisoned by a false ideal of reason, and that the antidote lay in understanding and affirming the tacit dimension of personal knowledge. So, a little bit interesting, and he has a little bit of an overview in relationship to scientific knowledge of the concept of scientific knowledge in relationship to uh, tacit knowledge or the types of knowledge. And he was an engineer in chemistry, but also has some advancements in the philosophy of science. Um, this we talked about before in depth. I think actually we went over all of um, Hilbert's 23 or something problems. And Jennifer had that article in mathematics a few weeks through that I read through the majority of. And I'd mentioned in depth the first, what I'll call major event in the formulation of Western science, which was Galileo, Descartes, and Newton, and the conceptualization of the mathematical laws of physics, leading to Newton and the formulation of the calculus that slowly became formalized over the next 200 years. Euler and Stokes and Laplace and a lot of Hamilton, Lagrange, a lot of important names in mathematics and physics. And then what I called the second major epoch was the conservation of energy that allowed the further unification of science, namely of thermodynamics, electricity, magnetism, mechanical energy, the mechanical equivalence of heat, uh, was through the conservation of energy, and it was disputated, and we went over some of Faraday and Helmholtz and the various leading scientists who wanted to make a conservation of force, not energy. Even Newton himself, the Newtonian laws of physics deal with force, and also the level of the Laplacian operator eigenvectors, uh, some sort of standardization of differential equations that allowed for the Maxwell's equations and the advanced conservation of energy. And I'm going to call the third revolution, and we talked about the Neo Kantians at length also. I mentioned that, although I would call the center of the third major epoch in science, probably up to this era. I'm not sure that there's a fourth one, which would be, the quantum age, relativity. Um, Probably David Hilbert and his 1905 lecture on the axionization of physics. So I don't know if you remember the when we talked on Week in Review about Hilbert and his like 23 problems.
Yeah,
So
I wouldn't say physics has progressed past this, like unless you count stuff like the information theoretic formulations, where it's basically everything is mathematical structure, and maybe it's a progression of this, not
yes,
not the same exact thing, is it?
there's a lot of people involved in like
It's
Hilbert
called
was
Everett. Do you know the Everett paradigm, or what I'm talking about?
um I'm not sure. I mean, it sounds familiar, but it's not ringing the bell exactly what it is. I mean, there's a lot of events and there's a lot of, but I would say that the unification that we're under now is probably still, and Hilbert laid it out as a question. So, as when we talked about Hilbert in depth, and the article that Jennifer mentioned, read it was quite a bit about Hilbert. But a few months ago, we talked about Hilbert in depth and even went through all, I think, 23 or 20 some of his problems. Hilbert was at Königsberg, German, um, various royal societies, and he was a regular lecturer. He taught undergraduate courses, graduate courses, and all sorts of fields, differential equations, mechanics, electrodynamics, all sorts of math and physics. And I think he was the head of one of the German Royal Societies, maybe Königsberg, or he might have been in a few different places. But he gave the weekly lecture, and I think I went on for quite a while on the importance, where you had the Royal Society, and you would have guest lectures. Like we talked, like Helmholtz came and gave a series of lectures. But if there was no guest lecture, Hilbert gave the lecture almost every week. So for years, uh, the regular gathering of the Royal Society was Hilbert, and Hilbert laid forward what he called the main problems in mathematics, and that leads to Gödel's incompleteness theorem. One of Hilbert's main thing, like there's Hilbert space, and a lot of like the Einstein um, dimensional understanding gravitation is based on Hilbert space in mathematics. But Hilbert was a polymath who attempted to axiomatize, which is going to be the main theme of this issue, and I actually have a lot to go over, in terms of models and axiomatization. We talked about grounding, but he attempted to axiomatize mathematics, geometry, different fields.
Axiomatizing and grounding is not exactly the same, but still interesting that we're talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's even unclear how to define these things if it's defined through.
Well, if you could define them, you'd have the answer to the fucking theory.
Well, yeah, I'm saying in that if you define it within logic, math, metaphysics, philosophy, um, and we're going to go in depth into this topic today. So there's a lot of similar issues, and they're almost completely different fields, like grounding, modeling, axiomatization, because they're. But we'll go more in depth into it. But here was an interesting paper about the axiomatization of physics, important topic, and you really the axiomatization of mathematics in general, which was the focus on quite a few of his problems. Some was like the Poincare conjecture and maybe Fermat's theorem. I've heard there's a few well-known problems that were included, but some of them were more vague in terms of the axiomatization and of systems. And relative to the time, he was a polymath in all the major fields of physics. These days, physics is too vast that you don't really have polymaths
Yeah,
in.
maybe Hilbert is the last polymath.
Yeah, I have a book actually I just got recently, and like God forbid, the number of my books, uh, like now I have like um 569 books. So like I was pumping through, I was really reading stuff, and I just got like downloaded another like 300 books in the last few weeks. Uh, but I have a book on Fermi, Enrique Fermi, claiming he was the last polymath. Some people claim the last polymath goes all the way back to like Leonardo da Vinci at the time of Newton. Um, but Hilbert, as the head of the Royal Society, a respected mathematician, a college professor who taught classes in almost all the major fields of physics, like chemistry, biology, and we're going to talk more about that when we talk about what is a scientific model, which is the main topic. So,
Oh, yeah, because that's not a controversial definition or anything.
what?
A scientific model.
Well, there's not clear definitions. There's theories, so there's multiple understandings and definitions of models, and we'll go through. So, so I mean, relatively all of this stuff is controversial and falls into schools. So you talk about grounding axioms. I mean, just here I had the topics: the structure of scientific theories, uh, scientific representations, scientific explanation, models in science, and this is only semi-related logical consequence, computational philosophy, but just here models in science, scientific explanation, scientific representation, the structure of scientific theory. Have multiple main schools of how to approach them that have minor overlap with each other, and hopefully if people want, we'll go into these in depth. So that's the main bulk I had for Week in Review. But let me share these links just quickly. Here's some stuff I'm in the middle in. These are famous old books. This is the Metaphysical Foundations of Modern Science, which I think I'm even forgetting the name offhand. Uh, in like the 1930s, a famous book tracing the origins, the history of it. This is what I was in the middle of. Here, Jennifer's been asking about papers related to conflict in the Cartesian metaphysics of science. And so, are you familiar with um, Duhem? Duhem? I think Pierre Duhem.
I don't think so. Sorry.
He has, I mean, he's a canonized physicist with theories in thermodynamics. So he's part of the Royal Society. I'm not sure if he has like an actual equation or law, although I think he does. I think there's actually something in thermodynamics that is attributed to him. So he's not one of the major big names in science, but Pierre Duhem is one of the minor names in science. You might find him in a science textbook specifically related to thermodynamics. And I think he was also Catholic. So this article here is, or I think is actually a PhD thesis. Um, yeah, Duhem and the non-Thomist interpretations of physical science. So I'll just read the abstract. It's almost 400 pages. And this is a thesis, Martin Hilbert at the Institute for the History of Philosophy of Science and Technology at the University of Toronto. In 1879, Pope Leo VIII demanded that Catholic philosophers and theologians adopt scholastic philosophy, and especially Thomism, in their studies and teaching. Although not primarily about science, the encyclical uh, Aeternae Patris expressed the hope that scholastic philosophy would be a means to understand even further science. This thesis examines how neo-Thomists in France and Belgium tried to understand contemporary physical science from the time of the papal mandate to the outbreak of the First World War. These geographical and temporal limits coincide with the immediate sphere of influence of Pierre Duhem, the well renowned Catholic physicist, philosopher of science, and historian of science. After putting Aeternae Patris into historical context and focusing both on its own agenda with regard to the philosophy of science and the challenges that faced in a scientist climate, the thesis identifies the major centers of neo-Thomists in the two countries and shows that Duhem was historically connected to all of them. Neo-Thomists were especially determined to reestablish hylomorphism by arguing that mechanical theories of the universe were deficient. Duhem too critiqued mechanism, but his criticism and the agenda differed from what the self-proclaimed neo-Thomists by arguing that physical theory is not a metaphysical explanation. The thesis first examines the relation between physics and metaphysics through case studies of contemporary debates into which Duhem also entered: human freedom, creation, and time, the proof for existence of God, the prime mover. A more theoretical look at the relation shows both that Duhem developed some of his ideas in the philosophy of science in response to neo-Thomist criticism, and that his thought in turn influenced some leading figures in the movement. It also argues that Jacques Mertran's uh, disintegral rapport Unir depends heavily, albeit unconsciously, on Duhem's work. This proves that Duhem's thought is compatible with one influential school of neo-Thomist and even contributed to its development. This thesis concludes by making the necessary distinctions. Two counter-arguments: that Duhem was hostile to the neo-Thomist enterprise on account of his Pascalian inspiration, his friendships with Maurice Blondel, and his panning of Thomas in the System du Monde. So if people were watching last week, they'll remember my big critique on Jennifer's paper. And you remember my critique on Jennifer's paper?
Do I remember your critique on Jennifer's paper? How many levels of. We got to invent a new verb tense for you just to make sense of what you're saying here.
So last week you wrote a paper.
Are you talking about something apart from your normal critique of?
I'm talking about specifically my paper, my critique on your paper that I read last week about Western and Eastern science and Cartesian science.
Oh yeah, but you. Well, I mean, it
Specifically
wasn't explained enough in enough detail. Like I skipped too many steps between Aristotle and the Middle Ages.
Specifically related to skipping.
You wanted me to. What I remember is that you seem to be indicating I should start in the Middle Ages rather than at the Aristotle's time.
No,
hylomorphism. Yeah, hylomorphism. Right. I didn't mention hylomorphism.
Hylomorphism.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And so this is related to the Pope Leo VIII and Duhem in the revival of hylomorphism. And so I've mentioned many times now for over a month now how Descartes ended Greek dualism and created a new form of dualism. That Greek dualism did not focus on consciousness. That the Greek dualism focused on hylomorphism, matter and form, And most of the Greeks, from Aristotle till Plato, viewed the contrast in dualism between matter and form, and that's like Platonic forms, and it's unclear exactly what consciousness is, and some would interpret the Greeks to say that possibly in a panpsychist manner that I thought was problematic in Jennifer's last essay, because it's the Cartesian conscious spiritual realm versus material realm necessitates unifying the Greek dualism of form and matter, that form and matter become the material realm, and then consciousness becomes the main aspect of the spiritual realm. As opposed to the Greek realm, there wasn't a distinction of consciousness. The distinction was form and matter, and that's literally the translation of the term hylomorphism. So Duhem related to materialistic critique. So my interpretation has been that basically modern science is Cartesian materialism, because Descartes, through unifying,
Like, I mean, you're not wrong, but what that means isn't self-evident, and it would probably take actually quite a while to explain exactly what that meant. And you'd need to invoke a theory of mind at some stage to explain the effect on attitudes of the particular beliefs and speculate on how the beliefs were extrapolated from the models based on, yet again, a theory of mind.
well, that generally I would hypothesize that the majority of the Greeks held that forms were primary to mind. So the distinction of hylomorphism, that the mind derived from the forms, not the other way around. And so the distinction in the Greek system, there's not a strong distinction of mind. There's a strong distinction of forms, and mind is believed to be some sort of result of the realm of forms. That there's that's the general Greek belief, and that's why Descartes changes the system by unifying forms and matter into just material, and to have consciousness and mind as the main thing that's separate from the material realm, um, as opposed to, said, the Greek system, where forms itself, where to say consciousness and mind, like the forms exist independently of.
Well, it's unclear where subjective consciousness comes in the Greek emergence, but it is clear that they understood something like mathematical constructs to be giving form to everything, including the the mental deformations.
Yes, I mean that's be my hypothesis. And there's
But they didn't accept the same theory of mind, this Cartesian dualism, that the brain is some sort of magical broken telephone to the nether realm.
So this is Galileo's error in Philip Goth, and the subjective mind is a product of Galileo. So the Greeks did not hold up a subjective mind. The Greeks held that the forms are independent of mind and consciousness and enter the mind and consciousness. So I don't think of a circle in this, or the circle's not a product of my mind. The circle's a reality in the realm of forms. And when I think of a circle, it's not the subjective product of my mind. It's, so to say, this objective form being conjured by my mind, or
I
even the
don't think
opposite.
so. I think they understood the forms as integral, like emotional concepts. So I don't know.
I mean, I was
The
saying the forms
circle,
were independent of mind. They weren't subjective. They
the
weren't
mind
concept.
emerges from the forms. So
Yes, that's
to say that the Greeks had any concept of independence the way you're portraying it is dishonest, because they did not have that worldview. They had 5 elements, for fuck's sake.
why I'm saying that the mind, that the forms, that the hylomorphism, that the mind is not a key factor. It's not important. And if the Greeks talk about mind, they talk about mind as a derivative of forms. And so that's the important distinction.
As in the individual mind, right?
Well, it's unclear even if the Greeks had a concept of an individual mind, and that could be a dispute among various Greeks. But
Okay, well,
the the concept of the Cartesian dualism of a separate realm of consciousness. So you could say it's in line that the Greeks also believed that there was a separate realm of consciousness. However, it wasn't a separate realm of consciousness, it was a separate realm of forms. And that's the problem of Descartes, because Descartes unifies the forms and says the forms are part of the are part of the material realm. And then consciousness is something independent of the forms, independent of the material realm. So here Duhem attempts to return to hylomorphism against Cartesian dualism, and at this point already in the late 1800s, Cartesian dualism had already led into materialism because Cartesian's unification of you so to say algebra and geometry of hylomorphism of the forms and matters was the precursor to the elimination of the soul. So the Duhemians, the Neo-Thomists, wanted to bring back the forms. So this is a PhD thesis, and Jennifer, just you mentioned looking for things that were against the metaphysics of Descartes in terms of science, and they're saying Duhem is within science. I believe he actually had important discoveries in thermodynamics and is a regarded philosopher of science, opposed the Cartesian model in favor of bringing back hylomorphism. But I didn't have a chance to look at that one yet. It's like a 400-page thesis. Here is another interesting book. This is about Mesmer. And I'm not sure if you know anything about Mesmer or you just know the term mesmerized.
yeah, I just know the term.
So Mesmer is within the borderline of science and spirituality and psychology, and he had early theories about psychoelectricity and magnetism to invoke mental psychological experience. And um, he was related. He was part or peripherally part of multiple um, Royal Societies of Science. He was popular in the upper classes and held kind of like science parties where they would have like public experimentations on electricity and um, magnetism. Anyone watch Kathy Loves Physics? She's shown, not sure if she hasn't been putting out that much videos, but she went to writing books. But Kathy Loves Physics has talked about this, and they had like parlor tricks that were very popular at upper class parties with the electricity and like shocking people, and they would have like dating games where people would like kiss each other and would cause a shock. But they also had precursors to psychology and behavior modification through electricity and magnetism. And Mesmer was one of these people. And the word mesmerized um, comes from these, like, if you want to call them faith healing, although Mesmer portrayed himself as a scientist. And to some extent, he was a scientist. He had background in science, but he mixed spirituality and science, and he's one of the precursors to the Christian Science movement. So here's a little book about that's a little interesting. Um, history even till today. There's an overlap between a lot of times astrology, Hinduism, um, various things, and scientific leaders. So Mesmer is an interesting character. Here's an also a famous classic book. Um, A History of the Theories of Ether and Electricity in the Age of Descartes until the 19th century. And It's a big file. This is like a 500-page book, and I think Anders mentions this pretty often. This by Whitaker uh, from the Royal Society of Ireland, and written in 1910, and it goes through Einstein, and Einstein was a believer in ether theory, so it's a kind of like a comprehensive overview of ether theories and electricity, um, from Descartes through Einstein. Okay, so random news. The ADL is moving strong in pro Israelism, and that is causing a rift in Judaism, leading to anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism, and the ADL is somewhat like a left-wing organization, and American left-wing Jews tend to be less supportive of Israel, and especially with the new right-wing government. So the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt had a Zoom call, and he said, like, if you're not completely on board with Israel, maybe the ADL is not the right place for you. And so there was internal disputation among Jews about the ADL and anti-Zionism versus anti-Semitism. ADL also took some shots at libs of TikTok, so it's trying to largely be a pro-Zionistic left-wing organization, which these days is increasingly difficult, especially what's happening in Israel. Um, Paul Bloom. Paul Bloom, if anyone is interested in a good introductory course of psychology, was a professor at Yale University. He's written tens of books. I think I have one of his, and he's written a new book, and he's talking about the current state of psychology and like a defense of Freud. And so he was on Non-Zero, formerly Blogging Head, talking about the current state of psychology, some of the problems facing it, mind-body dualism. Um, Paul Bloom claims that psychology has conclusively disproven dualism. One of the things he mentions in uh, in this, but
I have a hard time imagining even what that means.
um, if you look on Yale open courses, like 15 years ago, he did an online open course of introductory psychology at Yale, so it's a good introduction. Still probably reasonably valid even 15 years, but you're a popular author. Here, Sabina Hassenfelder talking about Chat GPT and consciousness, and not super in depth, like questions of understanding and what's the difference between what the computer does and what the human mind does. So somewhat introductory, but I guess she's still one of the biggest names in the popularization of science, talking about Chat GPT. For people who love statistics, um, related to like COVID-19 and these dashboards. So Michigan now has, uh, God forbid, uh, a homicide dashboard of how people die and statistics. And there's a little interesting details here that I thought I'd mention. It was for the love of statistics. So you're overwhelmingly, so here is all of the homicides in Michigan. The vast majority are by firearm. There's some sharp instrument, personal weapons, blunt instrument, hanging, strangulation, suffocation, God forbid. Um, of the homicides, the vast majority occur in a person's own house or apartment from somebody that they know. There's some that occur in a street or roadway, motor vehicle, abandoned house. Like if you're in a dangerous place,
Yeah,
and
so crimes of passion, right?
yeah, it's one of those mentions. So if you look here, here
Well,
is
when
all
it's someone you know, the idea is usually it's a crime of passion, or at least a crime of severe dislike.
yeah. So of all the homicides, I guess half of them are unknown. I mean, maybe it was unsolved. They don't. Most murder cases, God forbid, uh, go unsolved. So about 50% of murders go unsolved, and so here you see 50% are unknown, relationship unknown. They have no idea who killed the person, why they killed the person, how they just have a dead body without any leads or clues. Uh, the investigation's still open. But in Michigan overall, over half of them are closed, and only so this would be doubled because it's referring to only 13% of murders in Michigan happen by a stranger, and 20% of murders, people are killed by, so to say, their acquaintance. I mean, their friend. So, God forbid, uh, 1 out of 5 people are murdered in Michigan are murdered by their friend. 1 out of 10 by their spouse. Uh, like 6% by their child. Another 6% by their parent. Oh, here it differentiates acquaintance from friend. So only 6% of people are murdered by their friend. An acquaintance means someone that they know loosely. So the majority of murders happen through an acquaintance, not discounting unsolved ones. It's possible that unsolved murders are more likely strangers, though it's unclear. It could be that they're um, you know closer loved ones that they just somehow were able to get away with it. Girlfriend or boyfriend, um, even child parent or parent child. So a little bit interesting here. You're saying you're most likely to even theft in many cases, but murder, you're most likely to be murdered by someone that you know and someone that you're close to. Um, so also, if you look, 25% are argument or conflict led to death, 20% precipitated by other crime. Um, I think they actually have family relations. I thought they had so I mean, God forbid, a little interesting, but they started putting the data out there, so people like statistics and interesting matter. So Doovid mentioned when I was a kid, our family went many years to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, arguably the best ski mountain. I think at the highest 4,000 feet of vertical. So Jackson Hole's like over 10,000 feet, but from the height of the top of the mountain through the base is over 4,000 feet. So that's the most vertical of any ski in um, America. I think like Vail, Aspen, maybe have like 2,500 feet from top, from top of skiable. So even though a lot of the Rocky Mountains are over 10,000 feet in elevation, you can't ski down the full 10,000 because your elevation slowly sneaks up. So Jackson Hole is the highest elevation. I mentioned Coulier's Couloir, uh, which is almost like a sheer cliff where you can go vertical for like 20 feet, and then it's like 70% incline to like you tearing off, and it's known to be the most difficult ski slope in America. And so every year they bring out one of the top skiers from the world and go down. They call it Kings and Queens. So I mentioned it the last 3 weeks. So here's the full replay of all of the people. They're two different times going down. So Doovid enjoys watching some skiing videos every once in a while. But I haven't been
Some
skiing
people in
for.
my family self-identify as adrenaline junkies. I've never heard Doovid label himself that way, and I'd be quite shocked if he did. But don't know if you
Yeah, I'm
want.
not. I haven't skied for 15 years, and I wasn't like a trick adrenaline guy. Like I was able good enough to get down most slopes, even double diamonds. Couillards Corvée is not even really like a slope; it's almost like a cliff. I never did like fancy flips or jumps. Um, so I'm not sure if I'd call myself an adrenaline junkie, but I did enjoy skiing. I haven't went skiing. I went skiing like once when I was in New York, and once when I was in Israel. Uh, to actually Jackson Hole with my parents. Um, so no, I'm not at all an adrenaline junkie, uh, nor into skiing, but I enjoyed it as a kid. And so, occasionally just to free my mind, I like watching skiing videos and So there's nothing more exciting as skiing than seeing someone like jump off a cliff and ski through a very steep incline. Um, this wasn't that good. I guess I'll share it anyways. The Commonwealth Club, the revitalization of Greek philosophy, because it mentioned um, revival Platonism. And the reason I shared it was because I was watching a whole bunch of Mehdi Hassan videos, and he also spoke at the Commonwealth Club. This is probably the best of them. So I'm not sure. Are you familiar with Mehdi Hassan?
No, it doesn't even ring a bell.
He arguably could be considered one of the best debaters in the world. And he started as an Al Jazeera. Now he's on MSNBC. He's Muslim. I think he might be part Indian or Pakistani, um, but from Britain, educated in India, educated in Britain. He went to Oxford. He worked for Al Jazeera, and he was popular on the Oxford debates. And he defended Islam. He criticized Israel. He criticized American wars in the Middle East. And he was an exceptional debater. He debated a lot of the top names in the UK and internationally. I think he even debated like Eric Prince. I think he debated even topics like atheism versus Richard Dawkins, and um, he debated many of the leading Israelis. And he had a regular Al Jazeera show where he would have political guests and debate them. And now he's on MSNBC and regularly has debate. But he's also graduate of Oxford and was part of the Oxford Union and was one of the most regular participants in the Oxford Union. I used to share the Oxford Union. Um, it was probably the most classical, famous debate house. I'm not sure if you ever watched the Oxford Union.
Not really.
So that's Mehdi Hasan, and his most recent book is Win Every Argument. And so, ironically, he switched more to rhetoric and like convincing the masses. He
Why
talks
is
about,
that ironic?
um,
I mean, what's his message?
well, because originally he was on Al Jazeera and he was mostly known for defending Islam, and now he's kind of defending liberalism in general on MSNBC. So he's still critical of Israel and will defend Islamophobia, but now he's also like pro-life and um, defends critical race theory, defends Biden, defends the larger Democratic agenda, and so he wrote a book, "Win Every Argument," which is which he mentions in all of his. It's dedicated to his wife, to who he never beats in an argument, and not saying that you should argue every argument, but arguing is important. People want to win, and there's rules to it. And one of the things
So win every argument, just not with your spouse. I'm
which
really
then
confused.
you shouldn't have every argument. If you argue, you should argue to win, or you should know how to win. Maybe you don't have to argue every argument to win, and
Ah,
everything's worth arguing over. But I mean, I'd say you basically debate coach, and his book is probably currently the most popular book on debate, maybe even the most popular book in the last 10 years on debate. And it's because he's pretty famous. I mean, he was taken from Al Jazeera to be mainstream through MSNBC.
that reminds me of the debate coach on T Jumps this week. He even
Yeah,
did a follow up video from that.
T Jump or the debate coach.
Debate coach.
Yeah, so he didn't even mention like flowing. So
It was outrageous. Like, the guy had no self control.
I mean,
Less the T jump.
Mehdi Hasan is like formerly a collegiate debate champion. He was the House debater for the most famous debate society, arguably in the whole world, the Oxford Society. Um, and he was defending unpopular views early. He was like one of the first main names defending Islam and winning, like 15 years ago. And when he might be the first mainstream Muslim into liberal politics. That when Barack Obama, he supported Obama, he was a critic of Trump. But when Obama became president, they mainstream a few Muslims, and he was like from one of the first ones that like Al Jazeera. I mentioned Noam Chomsky as a conspiracy theorist. Part of the reason Noam Chomsky is a conspiracy theorist was for appearing on Al Jazeera, which at the time was claimed to be a terrorist network. And now Al Jazeera is largely accepted and popularized. Although even on YouTube, Al Jazeera has like a warning label under that it's funded by the Qatar government, taking to the Wikipedia link. But like Mehdi Hasan was on Al Jazeera. Like I think he was even interviewed. I think he even interviewed Noam Chomsky multiple times. So like when Noam Chomsky was called a conspiracy theorist, he was talking on Al Jazeera to Mehdi Hasan, and he was talking about um, at that point would have been called conspiracy theories about U.S. involvement in the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan. So Mehdi Hasan, I think if Noam Chomsky was to appear on mainstream TV, it would probably be MSNBC Mehdi Hasan's program, ironically. So we're just saying that Mehdi Hasan was such a prominent debater that he was mainstreamed into American society, MSNBC, um, and he has a popular book on it. They're pretty good. He talked to Mary Trump, and he's been making the rounds on all the major media networks. One of the things he talks about is receipts and research, and one of the things he's famous. I mean, he's probably a big genius, and like Alan Dershowitz, you got to read everything, and he's famous for hitting people with their own words. So he will extensively read through person's words and then use it against them. And he has one chapter on zingers, and part of the zingers usually refers to defeating somebody with their own words. Um, and he claims that the best political debater in politics today is Elizabeth Warren, and Elizabeth Warren for destroying Michael Bloomberg. I don't know if you watched any of the American presidential debates, or if you remember how Elizabeth Warren knocked Michael Bloomberg out of the presidential primary.
Vaguely. Felt like a very superficial and hollow consolation prize.
Yeah, she had. I, mean, I forget the exact singer, but she said something like, um, "There's a person running for president that was like a sexist, a racist, a homophobe, and on and on, and she had like a whole list of things that you would have thought, and she said, and then she said, and I'm not talking about Donald Trump, I'm talking about Michael Bloomberg, and that was considered like the zinger that Michael Bloomberg couldn't recoup from, and he drops out of the election a few days later. But she had it listed in a zinger where it would anyone listening would have almost certainly thought she was about to say Trump, and then she closes like, I'm not talking about Trump, I'm talking about a man right here on stage, Michael Bloomberg. And she did what Mehdi Hasan says. She used his own words against him. So in the sense where like Michael Bloomberg had said like sexist statements, a bunch of non-disclosure agreements or whatever. But the so he used that for his example of receipts, and one of his examples for receipts and zingers. But it's pretty good. I'm not going to buy the book because it's kind of like popular. He also talks about the Greeks and rhetoric and logos, pathos, ethos. He basically had almost no one listens to logos. Um, most debates you have to appeal to pathos and ethos, and even talks about ad hominems, whereas like you have to do ad hominems because people base it upon their credibility. So for the example that he used
That's
was,
disgusting.
well, no, I think he's correct, where he said, well,
No, I don't think so at all. I think it makes people repulsed and not want to tune into debates. But that's just me.
no, in the opposite. Amazing. That's the only reason people turn into debates.
Well, if the debate is about politics, it is about the person, and then it matters what the person, stands for or whatever. But I think it just
Um,
makes him look like a piece of shit. small-minded person who knows nothing and is just basically a rat devouring the works of other people. But there you go. That's how it looks to me.
Or
And
just will you correct your mistake and say, like,
it's
"That's
just
not the
bad.
version
It
that's
looks
not."
bad. So
No,
that's why I wouldn't
it
do it.
looks good. That's why he's now one of the most famous
Making
in
someone
America.
look bad doesn't necessarily make you look good by default, is my opinion.
People tune into debates to hear ad hominems. They do not tune into debates to listen to good
I think
argumentation.
they tune in to hear good argumentation presented in a rhetorically appealing way. That may include the odd
No, I mean,
boom tis.
you're clearly wrong, and it's saying, like,
It's just
Medellin
funny
what
because it sounds like you're saying clowning on someone's all good, but then laughter's degenerate. So which is it?
I didn't say clowning, I mean ad hominem specific.
Ad hominem is clowning up all over someone. Don't tell me it isn't.
Well, it
Making
isn't.
a
Ad
mockery
hominems
of
is
the
specific.
concept of debate, which is supposed to be about concepts. But anyway,
Ad hominem is a specific strategy. It could be considered a logical fallacy. By Mehdi
in
Hasan,
fact, it is considered a logical fallacy for a reason because you can just filibuster that shit endlessly and it completely derails anything resembling sensicality or reason.
I mean, just to clarify why I'm so strenuously saying Jennifer's wrong, Mehdi
Okay.
Hasan was like a collegiate debate champion in England. He was the resident debater for Oxford, and then he got a job working for Al Jazeera, and now he's one of the most popular liberal commentators in America. And so he started out as a classical debater, and then he switched into rhetoric strategically, and he talks about why he did that, and specifically ad hominems. And so this example he gives uh, in say for politics, and this is really straight Cicero and the Greeks. So if you're in the academy, among the elites, among educated people, then it's mostly logos. If it's to the public, it's almost no logos, just a tiny bit of logos, majority pathos and ethos. I mean, if it was like a comparison, if you're in the academy, it's 90% logos, 9.5% ethos, 0.5% pathos. If it's politics, it's 70% pathos, 25% ethos, 5% logos. And this is straight laid out from Cicero in the Greek times. Even Aristotle himself, the definers of these terms, straight up say that that's how it is. That
Okay, so
wherever,
according to the quote Greek tradition, this is how it is and how it must ever be. Okay.
even the Vedic tradition, I mean, it doesn't use.
Let's not go that far. It's only all about the God knowledge, and everything comes from that authority, the sovereign, will of the sovereign. Stop. No, sorry. What
It
is it?
doesn't use the same terminology, but if you want to use your,
The
uh,
authority, the
if
heaven
you want to
mandate.
use your
Sorry,
good
I meant to say
passion
the
illusion,
mandate of heaven style.
if you want to use the term of the comparable of ethos, logos, pathos to
No,
good
the
ignorance
the
and
all-knowing
passion.
sage would just do whatever was required to get to the ahimsa principle. There wouldn't
But
be
all-knowing sage would never speak in
this
public to me.
oh
An
yeah.
all-knowing sage would never
So
speak.
are you an all-knowing sage who can make that judgment or just talking out of your ass?
Well, even according to the Veeks, an all-knowing sage never speaks to a
I'm gonna
public
need a
crowd.
citation for that.
I don't even know there is such a thing as an all-knowing sage. But it's a suffice to say there's
Why don't you
parallels.
just tell us what happened in Dayananda Saraswati's life? Did he ever lose a debate?
It depends who you ask.
Yeah, exactly. So according to the quote Greek system, he was not up to scratch, was he?
And most of his debates weren't for the masses.
They were public.
Well, I mean, public with like 20 people there.
Are you serious? Are you talking about the average conversation or the famous debate?
Even the famous debates that he went into institutes of studies and debated the guru in front of a handful of students. That was the majority of the debates. They weren't like in public in front of tens of thousands of people. They weren't politics that weren't related to vote for me.
So this is all political, basically.
Politics space, yeah. So if you're talking politics, it's majority pathos, some ethos, tiny bit of logos. So if you're talking like it's the feeling of expertise. So, when I get to the bulk of what I have prepared for week in review, it's going to be exclusively logos. If there's anything brought up outside of logos, it will be Jennifer doing it, not me. Aquarium Liam, thanks for tuning in. But we're talking about politics. You could talk about policy, like there's realms of politics, like in logos. So if you have two policy experts talking, it might be majority logos. If you're talking like the Brookings Institute, maybe like Hoover Institute, it would be maybe even majority logos, like a think tank. But those are only the only people who watch those are experts or people training to be experts or want to know what the experts think. The masses don't watch those. So it's like MSNBC, the masses watch MSNBC. So just get back to his example that he gives and where he said win every argument, and I mean he's really just quoting the Greeks. He's saying use ad hominem, and
So basically, he's saying every debate is a political debate. Is that it?
no, I mean you didn't even hear.
It's just
I mean,
it's what
I'll
it
say what
sounds
he
like.
said. I mean it's really just the Greeks. Ad hominem is related to
It
ethos,
sounds
not
like the Greeks are saying every debate is a political debate, not this guy. It sounds like that's this guy's interpreting the Greeks to have said that.
no. Honestly, I don't think Mediazan made a single mistake in what he said. I mean, generally, I listen to him. I disagree with him about a whole bunch of things, but I don't. I mean, from what I heard him say, like he was right about everything in terms of talking about debate. And um, ad hominem is not pathos; it's ethos, and he relates it to.
Like I don't know how you can
Well,
be so
obviously, you don't know.
categorical about it.
Obviously, you don't know.
It's a
Ad hominem,
fallacy. So, in my opinion, a fallacy is always some form of rhetoric.
it's a logical fallacy. That's why it's not
But if you
logos;
want to
it's
say it's
ethos.
pathos or ethos, I'm just going to be like, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, obviously, that's why you don't know much about debate. So
Oh, really? I don't
logos.
know a lot about debate. Me, right? Maybe
Well,
because I'm not
you know more than the average person, but
circle jerking myself over my fucking feelings and distinctions that don't exist.
you don't even know.
There.
Obviously, logos is logic. So it's not if
I
ad
want to go
hom.
back to pathos and ethos, so because you said an ad hom is pathos and ethos, and it's like,
No,
is that what this
I
guy's
mean, God
saying?
forbid you're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're so caught up in whatever like fallacies that you're trying to. Ad hominem is ethos. It's a
Yeah,
logical fallacy.
I still haven't got past the
It's
difference
not
between ethos and
pathos.
pathos. Frankly, I don't see any difference. I don't understand the difference at this time. Um,
I mean, that's like the ABCs of the
to me,
debate.
an ad
Obviously,
hominem is a logos fallacy.
yeah, that's why it's
So
in the
it's
realm of. It could be in
therefore,
the
in my
realm.
opinion, it's rhetoric because it must be an exaggerated fallacy in order to make some sort of point, which to me is rhetoric. So that's how I understand it. Sounds like he
Well,
understands
you
it
don't
different.
understand it. I mean, God forbid. Like that's how you misunderstand it. God forbid.
You
You know
seem to
that.
think that disagreeing is the same as not understanding. That's strange.
But yeah, because you're just ignorant. You're not disagreeing. You're just ignorant.
How
You're
many
just
times do you think you have
demonstrating
to say that before it becomes true?
it. And God forbid. So I would just give the example that Mehdi Hassan gives related to abortion. If someone claims to be pro-life and you bring up the fact that the person, let's say that he gives the example, paid for their mistress to have an abortion. That's what's called an ad hominem attack. This person was giving logos arguments against abortion, and then say Mehdi Hassan says, yes, but what about the fact that you paid for your mistress to have an abortion? That's not a countering to the logic of the argument. That's an ad hominem attack.
It's an affront to logic itself.
It's not an affront to logic. I'm saying ad hominems are logical, but it's not a counter to the argument. To say you're a hypocrite is not a counter to the argument. Like if Doovid's giving an argument about Judaism and they're saying, "Yeah, but you're a Hindu, you're a bad Jew," that's an ad hominem attack. It's not an affront to my point. It's affront to my credibility ethos, and it could also be an appeal to the pathos of the audience to dislike me. But the example that he gave in abortion, I was on Ralph this week, and took the video down, but came up where they're ganging up on me for being a Hindu, and they basically said, "I discredit every single thing you say because you can't be a Hindu and a Jew you can't be a Hindu and an Orthodox Jew at the same time."
Aristotelian logic strikes again.
So that like relatively, so I made these points, and the people were not convinced. They're just you're a hypocrite, you're a liar. Therefore, I don't credit this. What would refer to, I would say the audience probably was majority against me, in the sense. So there's an appeal to ethos, there's appeal to pathos. So in terms of win every argument, he talks about the need and the circumstances for using ad hominems, and so the reality of the Greeks talk about this also. And he even mentions, like, yeah, when you're in the academy, very rarely are you going to use an ad hominem. And they also, where the claim depends on ethos, on credibility. So if a person's claim is staked on, like, I'm a doctor, or something like COVID-19, or some relationship where the claim is you respect my authority, then an ad hominem is more related, because the person is not functioning in logos already, they're functioning in ethos, and once they're functioning in ethos, that ad hominem is logical within ethos.
Logical within ethos? See, your whole thing at the beginning is it's either logic, ethos, or pathos. Now you're saying there's a logic in ethos, so you can see how the whole manner in which you're talking is just rather confusing.
Yeah, people got to study the Greek. So if you want to know this stuff, I did a long stream actually. I think even Claire might have been on the stream.
Look, you need to be able to explain the logic succinctly, and as far as I'm concerned, you're contradicting yourself to say there's a logic to whatever pathos and ethos. Unless you want to go into that deeper and make some point, it just seems
just because ad hominems, just because ad hominems are a form of a logical fallacy doesn't mean that ad hominems are illogical. You can have a logical ad hominem.
In my opinion, that is a fact. But I'm fine if you disagree, and if everyone else disagrees, that's fine too.
Your opinion is incorrect. God forbid.
Oh, who decides who? I thought opinions were just opinions. I didn't know they were correct or incorrect, declared by some central dictatorship authority.
Is illogical. So if you say,
oh, really?
Because it's logically
really? False. I thought I was the one who understood logic, and everyone else was floundering around and couldn't get past non-trivial self-reference. That's weird. Okay, cool. Ethos, the characteristic spirit of a culture, era, or community as manifested in its attitudes and aspirations. Sounds like you're using a proprietary definition, because I have no clue how that relates to an ad hom.
Ad hominems could be logical or
illogical. A quality that evokes pity or sadness. That's pretty stretching it to say that you would be sad if someone used an ad hom.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, like you're just on like automatic cruise control spouting nonsense. And I mean, this should be relatively simple. An ad hominem is a logical fallacy, not because the ad hominem is necessarily illogical, but because attacking the person, not the idea. The person said an idea, that you haven't discredited the idea because you've discredited the person. That's why it's a logical fallacy. However, the specific ad hominem could be within the bounds of logic or not within the bounds of logic. So it's a logical fallacy to think that attacking the person discredits the idea. However, the attack of the person may be logical, or it may not be logical. Not all ad hominems are illogical. It's a logical fallacy in thinking that attacking the person discredits their idea.
There may be exceptions where an ad hom is acceptable, but in my opinion, if someone makes an unqualified ad hom, that disqualifies their testimony.
No,
In my opinion, it does. I don't care if other people don't agree with me. Poof, there you go.
Well, obviously, because
I
that's
don't like being disrespected for no reason. I'm sure other people don't either. Therefore, it is a fallacy, in my opinion, based on feelings. Because my thing is based on feelings. And that's not a fallacy in my thing. So there you go.
well, feeling is the realm of pathos.
Says you. But there's a logical way to treat feelings in my system where there is no real inconsistency between them. So I deny the premise.
So when ad hominem questions the person's authority, that's ethos. Questions
It's
the
an
person's
indirect
ethos.
way of questioning a person's authority. It's a dirty trick, in my opinion.
No, there's no ad hominems are not dirty. You could
Yeah, I
have
know you want to argue that there's no such thing as a dirty trick, but doesn't mean that I'm not going to feel like it's a dirty trick, and I do.
yeah, I mean, God forbid you're largely completely nonsensical because ad
Me
hominems don't
feeling
actually.
like if someone says something bad about someone for no reason, that I say fuck you to everything they say after that is not logical somehow. I mean,
An
how do
ad
you
hominem,
judge who to listen to if not based on what they say?
an ad hominem is not an insult.
Says who?
The definition of the word means at the person.
Yeah, an insult.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be an ad hominem to be
It's
an
attacking
insult.
a person's character. That's an insult, in my opinion. You want to play word games? I'm just going to say, okay, you're playing word
It doesn't.
games.
It means attacking the person, not the argument. And technically, an ad hominem doesn't even have to be an attack. It's a question of the authority of
Then
the
there's a
expertise.
question of irrelevance. And then it's like, you're back to where you started. It's never relevant to make an ad hom, except for one case. There's one case where it's relevant, and I would accept it. And I go ahead, anyone, if you want to guess what it is. Okay. The one condition where it matters. Ad hom wouldn't be a fallacy, in my opinion.
What, the disestablishment of credibility or expertise.
When
You own-
someone is claiming to be a moral authority and they have been doing something extremely immoral, for example, carrying out an affair for 10 years, flouting conventions, while also claiming to promote a moral system that is about enforcing conventions for the good of society, then it's not an ad hom to point that out.
That's the example Mehdi Hassan gives about someone claiming to be pro-life, but then secretly having their mistress have an abortion.
Whether that's a
Which is
contradiction actually depends on your metaphysics, so we'll leave that to the side, but sure, I
that's
can
a
be
classic.
charitable in interpreting that
That's
and
his
agreeing with you.
example. That's his example. If you someone, if you want to say someone arguing against adultery, meanwhile they've been carrying out an affair, and so if the person is giving arguments against adultery, and you bring up, well, haven't God forbid you've been having an affair? In the person, that's an ad
Because
hominem,
in that
logical
case,
fallacy. What does
it
it
is
matter?
it's
What does
not
it
an
matter if
it's
the
not a
person's having an
fallacy
affair?
when the person is claiming to be an authority on morality, and whether a person is claiming to be an authority on morality is a matter again of metaphysical interpretation. So there's like I'm not claiming to be an authority on morality, but I'm making all these pronouncements on morality, and I'm sort of browbeating people constantly. So it's like, okay, distinction without a difference alert.
No, that's an ethos. In logos, there's no claiming to be an authority. Logos is pure logic and argumentation. There's no claim to be an authority. That's ethos. That's why ad hominem is necessary. That if someone ethos credible, I'm credible. The only way to discredit a person
If your
is through an ad
position's
hominem.
strong enough, you do not need to resort to ad hominem, unless, like I said, it's what the option that I gave.
No, I mean, there's no reason to resort in logos. There's ad hominem is always a logical fallacy because it's about the idea, not the person, regardless of how good the idea is or bad, how credible or incredible the idea is. It doesn't matter. And the logos is just about the idea. So ad hominem automatically takes it out of logos into ethos or pathos. But ad hominem is necessary within ethos for the disestablishment of credibility, where the person is saying something based on credibility. The only way to discredit the person's credibility is through an ad hominem.
I disagree.
How do you disagree with that?
Because I can just say there's their shitty logic. I don't give a shit that they're carrying out a 10-year long affair flouting conventions because it's not relevant. Here's their shit argument. I don't even need to establish it because they never met the burden of establishing credibility in the first place. This ultimately just comes down to aesthetic preferences to where does burden of proof for establishing credibility come in. And you're saying that people are coming in with this presupposed credibility that then gets assailed through ad hominem. And I'm saying come in with a
No,
presupposition of zero credibility or
no,
authority and
no,
build it up
no,
based on the
no,
arguments. You don't need to
no,
resort to ad
no,
hominem at that
no,
point.
and no. I mean, you failed to grasp the basic of the Greeks. Every time you flap your mouth, you just
I'm not talking about the Greeks. I'm
you just
talking about how I
clarify
understand
your
logic.
misunderstanding of the
I'm not
Greeks.
talking about the Greeks here. So
Logos is not dependent on credibility. Doesn't matter whether the person's credible or incredible in logos. It's what they say and what the argumentation of what they say. If they said something that's incorrect, it has nothing to do with them. You say, well, the argument had this problem, and that's why it's a separate realm. There's the realm of logos and the realm of ethos. So if you attack the credibility of the person, you're already no longer in logos. If you're in logos, it doesn't matter the credibility of the person. Within the realm of ethos and the credibility of the person, generally possibly you could argue the only method, the main method to disestablish the credibility of the person is an ad hominem.
what about just showing that their arguments are inconsistent or something like that?
When we point their argument, the realm of logos, and goes back to my point on hylomorphism in the forms. In the realm of logos, it's not their argument, it's an argument, and the argument is subject to logic. So in the pure realm of logos, it's not necessary to say their argument. The argument may have came forth from them, and you could examine the argument and the logic or the reason and try to attack the argument, but it doesn't matter that the argument came from the person. Doesn't matter. Say you're wrong. The argument is wrong. In logos, there's no such thing as you being wrong. There's only such a thing as the argument being wrong. When you say you're wrong, you've already left logos to ethos.
All right. Well, I don't see it that way because I feel like everybody presents, like, take something like the ship of Theseus. That could be used in a number of different arguments, presented a number of different ways. So, yeah.
I mean, it goes back to the
To
hylomorphism
me,
and the
it
question of
would
forms. The
definitely, I
forms
would just
exist
be
in,
looking, I guess I would never deviate from logic when I was doing any type of anything, unless I absolutely had to. And that's where I'm, failing to see the use of these other systems. But yeah, there you go.
because like logos is at the same time the realm of logic. However, logic still permeates the other realms. Just because you're not in the realm of logic doesn't mean that there is not logic to it. So ad hominems are subject to logic. But if you're purely in the realm of ideas, people don't exist in the realm of ideas, only ideas. And so there's no such thing as discrediting a person's idea. It's the idea itself that could have been expressed by the person, but the fact that it was expressed by the person is irrelevant. Because it's only relevant if you want to enter the realm of ethos. And even that is already, so to say, an ad hominem. When you say you're wrong, that's an ad hominem. You say the idea is incorrect, but if you're already within your own logic and system resorting to ad hominems just by claiming that you're wrong. And there's metaphysical presuppositions of the connection of the idea to the person.
Yeah, you're acting like people are these, stewards of ideas that are completely unchanged by virtue of having been used by a thinker, which is completely not the case.
It's
Thinkers are judged by their facility with concepts.
Period. Now you're just spouting, so to say, your system. He's like, it's objectively so because I said so.
How is that not what you're saying right now? You just said is objectively the case that he didn't make any mistakes.
Yeah, that I mean with the Mediasan that when I that not objectively that I in my from what I heard from Mediasan say that basically everything he said was correct, in line with how I was trained in debate in my reading of the scholarship.
Okay, so he's regurgitating what the Greeks said. Great.
He's regurgitating the best practice. I mean, he's not regurgitating anything. He's
Well, it's completely in conformity with what the Greeks said.
I
We're
mean,
definitely
I said
real and not names of schools.
Mehdi Hasan is probably from the top 10 most famous debaters in the world. That's the whole reason I mentioned it.
Okay, good to know that the
And he's
top debaters in the world are regurgitating the Greek
he's
tradition,
regurgitating what a championship debater at Oxford says.
which is the
Regurgitating.
continuation of the Greek tradition, I guess, in your view.
He mentions mostly the Greeks, but I mean, he mentions a whole bunch of things. He's saying he happens to be Muslim.
Oh, okay. Well, there were a lot of Greeks influential in that school of Catholicism.
Yeah, I would say that probably half of what he talks about, he mentions the Greeks, because even till today, the uh, most of the best practices of the debate were established in the time of the Greeks. The political debate, intellectual debate culture
In
of
order
the West.
to promote the white supremacy of Western civilization, right?
Um,
Just
unlike
kind of
anything,
through Christianity, right? And this how this oppressive totalitarian system of logic kind of works and is still working to this very minute.
well, no, I mean the Greeks were multicultural. They were Mediterranean people. They it's unclear they had any form of racial
You're
supremacy in their
literally making,
system.
yeah, white supremacy is not racial supremacy because white's not a race if you didn't notice.
Yeah, but it was questionable. The
Are you going to deny the link
maybe
between
showed
white supremacy and Christian imperialism?
well the
Because that wouldn't
establishment
be
of
very indicative of an
Greek rhetoric
understanding of history.
predates Christianity.
So,
I mean, it
sounding
really
like
just
Claire here, you're stating
you're not,
dates. You're stating
you're not
dates.
making any
Like that,
sense.
that
You're not
doesn't
making any
change
sense to
anything.
me. So I recommend people want to learn about debate. Watch the videos on some of the better stuff on the subject. Whatever Jennifer's saying, honestly, to me, is not making much sense.
I just don't find the imperial propaganda to be particularly compelling with regards to this topic.
You say Mehdi Hasan is a pawn of imperial propaganda
You're
from
saying that.
Oxford.
I'm just summarizing it quickly.
Well, I'm saying he's just an Indian who rose to the top of the system. You say, okay, now he's an
He's
MSNBC
just a
Oxford
simple boy from the country,
that rose to the top
come
of
to make his mark in this city.
So I mean, you could say that, I mean, some people would argue that he's a pawn of white supremacy or propaganda of the system. I mean, speaking on behalf of the system largely now, but
Look, the point is that when you start, insulting me by saying that I couldn't possibly be right to disagree with this stuff, it's kind of like, let's just think about what the foundation of this reasoning is in the first place.
you can't even properly say back what I said. I mean, God forbid. So I mean, you can't even within close reason repeat the point that I actually made. I mean, people call it straw manning, but I mean, God forbid. Like, no, that's absolutely not what I said. And like, God forbid, like flowing basic technique that
I just would
you're
say, if I
you're
were you,
really
don't
far
say my
away.
opinions are wrong. Say I don't agree, but to say the opinion's wrong is just kind of presuppose you're some divine authority on what's right. And who decides what the right opinion? I thought opinions were just opinions, not right or
And that's
wrong.
actually another chapter that Mehdi Hasan makes of that you should be able that I constantly make. You should be able to state the other person's position so that they would agree with you, even if it's your bitter opponent in a debate. That when you say this is what their opinion is, this is what they said, that they would agree. This is what their opinion is, and that's what they said. So it's also one of the points that Mehdi Hasan says. So, God
So
forbid.
if a position is self-deluded, you have to sully yourself to condescend to lie to a person to keep in keeping with their own self-delusion. Gotcha.
Well, yeah, I mean, if that's, I mean, no, I mean, I can't even make sense out of what you just said. And like,
You just
probably,
said it. The person should agree with you when you characterize their position. If a person's deluded about what their position entails, then they're not going to agree with an accurate portrayal of their position, are they?
possibly, but it was like if you're having a reasonable debate, you say the person probably should have well formed, thought out ideas.
A
And
reasonable debate, as in you already agree with the Greek paradigm, as in there's no point to have a debate.
no, where there's
You
two
already
well thought
agree.
out, where there's two well thought out opposing positions.
My point is you can't really have opposing positions within that framework.
I mean, now, God forbid, you're using pronouns without antecedents. Like, I don't even know what that framework means.
You're saying to have a debate, you have to accept the Greek paradigm.
No, I did not say that. I don't even
So
know
then
why
on
you
what
called us
basis
that.
was my opinion, quote, wrong? And all I'm saying is I don't agree with the idea that debates have to contain ethos and pathos.
We said a bunch of statements, and I said your opinion was wrong when you said, I mean, for example, when you said the ad hominems are illogical, I said that is unequivocally wrong. When
In
Jennifer
my opinion, they are.
claimed,
In my opinion, they are. Okay,
so in
it's
that
fine. If
case, I
I'm
would
the
say
only person in the world who has that
your
opinion,
opinion
that's
is
fine.
your opinion is unequivocally incorrect. Ad hominem
There's no
are not
such thing. People are
inherently
entitled to
illogical.
opinions. They can disagree on opinions. It's only incorrect relative to some evaluation framework. Are
You're
you
entitled
God?
to an opinion that's logically incorrect.
Logically, according to who? The Greeks? Western civilization?
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully we'll get into this. I mean, God forbid we was going merry-go-rounds, and I mean, it's largely pointless because I mean, what appears Jennifer is trying to do is establish her credibility or something. I don't even know what she's
Yeah.
trying to do.
I'm just shocked that you said that his argument was, I don't forget how you phrased it, but
His research
correct.
and his book, where yeah, that basically everything he says is largely correct in
As
terms
in,
of
is a reassertion of stuff that's been said historically
and
by
been tried and
scholars.
tested in best practice. That's been researched, proven as best practice, and demonstrated by him over his career, which is one of the most successful careers in debate and media.
So, yeah, I'm okay to disagree. I guess not everyone is. We can move on, though.
Yeah, so he's making the rounds. There's all types of videos out there. Um, Interesting stuff happening in Israel. Um, yeah, I was on Ralph talking about it. It was kind of low tier conversation, but
It sounds like the standard. Remember Adam on Babs's show?
the Indian Christian.
Yeah, like imagine he gets turned into Brahma, with all the different faces, and I'm imagining a couple of them broke off and we're kind of circling you. That's the aesthetic I get for that.
Well,
I missed it though. So how'd it go? Tell us about it. It's no longer up anywhere. Is that right? Rip.
yeah, no, so he like fell asleep and logged off. So there's actually not almost nothing between me and Ralph. Like he went on for like an hour and a half, and then he brought on his first guest, and then I came on like 15 minutes later, and then like 5 minutes later he logged off, and then it went for like another 4 hours, and the end it was just like me and IC3, and like other people couldn't get on because he had already logged off, so he couldn't add anybody, and like I talked with IC3 for like an hour and a half. So first, like there was this Israeli Kahanist, kind of like violent street thug kind of guy, um, that was, God forbid, kind of just like repetitive. He was like race trader, race trader, race trader. Although it was relevant to what's happening in Israel. So he was Ralph's. But no, so Ralph wasn't even on the majority of the stream, and
Were they
so
not Christian trolls? That's sort of
I don't think
usual Ralph
there
crowd.
was one Christian on the panel, one like Christian nationalist on the panel who spoke a tiny bit, but no, it was mostly Jews. It was kind of like almost all Jews, but not even really. It was really just a train wreck through. Although I did have an interesting conversation with IC3 Black in for like an hour and a half
Yeah, you and him always seem to
after everybody else
have
left.
very easy conversations. I think he's probably one of the easiest people for you to talk to that I've seen.
Um, yeah, I mean possibly. So I mean, and then he left eventually, and then it was just me. So I was gonna give at the end. I gave like 20 minutes of just my thoughts on what was happening, going to happen in Israel, related to the politics there, and then the stream cut off. So I don't know if Ralph like woke up and ended it, or if his computer eventually shut off, or it was like 5.5 hours in. So like there was a period for like, but so the big news in the Middle East this week is the reestablishment of relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And so someone questioned Biden about it, and he answered about Israel. So that, God forbid, like Sleepy Joe, where it wasn't clear, but maybe he'd even hear the question right, or the policy where when he's thinking about Iran and Saudi Arabia, he's thinking about Israel. But despite what's happening internally in Israel, like the Supreme Court reform and the new coalition, and then out of the blue, very few people were expecting Saudi Arabia and Iran announced the reestablishment of diplomatic ties, and they'd been in a bad situation. And most of like the Abraham Accords and Israel initiatives with Arab countries was settled around Iran as a mutual enemy. And for U.S. diplomacy, it was brokered by China. So China was brokering peace between Iran and Saudi Arabia. So it was probably the biggest story this week in international relations. And in Israel, they're looking at it's bad. That's bad, bad, bad sign, because Israel and Iran are enemies, and Israel was hoping to uh, make peace and partnership with Saudi Arabia, largely around the common enemy of Iran. And from the U.S. perspective, Saudi Arabia is an ally of the U.S. and we give them weapons, and so that's also bad. And then it's double bad because China is the one who brokered it, and China's the largest global foe of American foreign policy. So not really topics we cover on Week in Review, but it's in this kind of like ironic, God forbid, like Sleepy Joe video where he couldn't even answer the question right. God forbid. Stuart Hameroff spoke to a group of anesthesiologists, mostly overview most of what he always says, and but a pretty good video, and a lot of what he always says, maybe a little bit more in depth on like the medical aspects of anesthesiology. Usually only 145 views, but the week passed, so missed registration for the Science of Consciousness conference. I'll look forward to watching that when they post it, and I generally watch almost everything Stuart Hameroff, all of his lectures, even though at this point I probably listened to almost 50 of them, and 75% of them are the same. Probably like 90, like 75% of them are the same every time. And of the 25% that's different, most of that is the same within a few. But like at this point, I'm still watching most of his stuff. Arval, another video on top 10 reasons to join a cult in defense of cults, and so I mentioned that like he actually replied where he failed to call Christianity a cult. So he mentions cults and various things, and he says the cult of Mary. So I mentioned Christianity is the cult of Jesus Christ, and I guess he's a proud Christian, number one best cult. And he also mentioned that he was part of like this Chinese cult, was it like Shin Feng or something? I get those in my house, like China. Uh, they have like an event
Well, there's
celebrating China.
Shenyun. Um, I think Epoch Times might be there, and
No, even not.
there's a like a
It's these groups that
religion
put on
behind
these
it.
plays, and they
Yeah.
like, and they send.
Shenyun is the name of the troupe. They're ballerinas or ballet dancers of some sort, and
Oh, Shenyang.
yeah, the
So I've never went to them. I
the
see
name of it I
advertisements every once
forget.
in a while. So he said he played like an instrument in one of those for 6 months, and from what he says, it's a cult. Like he didn't know, but he got involved. It's a cult. Although he said largely positive things about them, and gave a lot of the benefits of cults and general defense of cults. But he failed to call Christianity a cult. But when I called him out in the chat, he did say number one best cult, and I
It's
mentioned
Falun Gong. There you go.
Shenzhen is part of Falun Gong.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we've talked about Falun Gong, I think, in the past or on other
They've
channels.
had protests in Ottawa. I've actually been to them.
Yeah, I mentioned to John Wolf they like set up usually these like little cages, and they'll have someone like sitting in a cage to protest China. So in New York City, you'll see that relatively often, like a protest against China by showing, uh, and they'll have like someone in like a makeshift cage, which actually became popularized by like CPAC now. So now like Republican conservatives, they'll have the same thing that these the Shenzhen protesters would have with someone in a makeshift like boxes, like a cage to show that they're being unfairly imprisoned. So I mentioned in the comment he didn't reply to. Other interesting topics are initiation rites and Freemasonry as a universal cult organization with implied secrecy, levels of organization with privileges and responsibility, theoretically permeating any form of human organization. So he just gives general comments on cults, the benefits of cults, uh, even to say why he would even recommend joining a cult, but he didn't go too much into detail about cult dynamics, um, even like the ancient um, mystery cults or cults of the various deities, temple cults that generally have and initiation levels, degrees with rights and privileges and responsibilities. That I mean, Freemasonry is a cult in its own manner. However, Freemasonry claims to be the universal science of cults, saying that Freemasonry is behind the wisdom behind all ancient cults, whether it's Hindu, Egyptian, Babylonian, Greek, that they all conform to.
You've said this many times.
Yeah, I mean, it's basic. But so I mentioned that he didn't reply. So, it's kind of just like cults 101, as I would say, like Freemasonry is like advanced degree in cults. And then if you wanted to actually do like comparative initiation systems or um, systems of degrees, where, if you wanted to, you compare different Vedic systems, Egyptian, Babylonian, Greek systems, and try to universalize the degree systems and initiation rites. That would be like advanced Freemasonry. So I'm not sure if he understands stuff like that or would eventually talk like that. But I thought it was interesting because generally Doovid is also pro cults, and
Isn't part of it though that it's like kind of secret? So like going on YouTube and talking about it might like be kind of like not good.
well, I mean, there's secrecy and levels of degrees. So there's certain information that you could say, certain information you can't say.
Yeah,
So
like
for
one time
example,
this guy in a bar was like, "Oh my god, I'm a Freemason."
yeah,
That
so
probably like, didn't mean much.
well, I mean, so from any level, you say like, okay, I'm a lawyer, I'm an accountant, I'm a doctor, comparable to like I'm a Freemason. So you can't talk about privileged information like your client's private details like accounting, law, health. However, you could talk about general medicine, accounting, law. And even if it's more complicated, like your FBI agent or something like that, and like, you know, secretive state information, or even like the mafia or something like that, like unsolved murders, something like that, there's still quite a bit of information that you could talk about. You're like, oh, I'm part of the mafia, and so, well, can you tell me, like how many people this person's killed? It's like, no, God forbid, I can't tell you that. Can you tell me if this person's part of the mafia? Maybe you could tell them that. Could you tell me general things about the mafia? Like, well, yeah, sure. So that's part of the degree systems. And so secrecy is necessary. And in the higher degrees, you're allowed to say more, but it's part of the rights and privileges where the more you know what you're allowed to say, what you're not allowed to say. Um, like if you, so I would use this Freemasonry not just for religion. So cults usually these days specifically refers to like religious organizations. However, I refer to basically everything in terms of a cult. And so if you talk like, well, a law firm as a cult or a hospital as a cult. And so say, well, okay, you're a doctor at the hospital, there's a lot of secrecy, there's initiation rites, there's oaths, and there's degrees with privileges and responsibility. And so if you're new at the hospital, someone's like, well, does he work for the hospital? You'd be like, I don't know what I could say, what I can't say. Versus if you're higher ranking, you know exactly like what you could say, what you can't say. And if someone asks you like a certain question, you're like, I can't answer that question. Or you say, I could tell you this or this, but not that. Um, and it goes into the science of cults, where cults necessitate secrecy, they necessitate initiation rites, they necessitate degrees within the system that have um, balanced between privileges and responsibility. So I'm like, if someone knows Arvil, or if he listens to this clip, that's what I meant, and I thought that's an interesting thing for him to talk about. So that, say if he, let's say he opened up a cult or something like that, and there might be secret initiation rites, there might be certain information like financial details, um, maybe criminal background. So like Luke Ford, God forbid, like one of the main things he focuses on is sex crimes. Um, and that's also like, okay, so if you're in a cult and you're a higher ranking person, you might know all of the misdeeds of the lower ranking people. So if you're part of the cult and you're initiating, like, here's the other members that are on your degree, and that could also just be like a classroom. You could consider like, okay, like I just entered 10th grade, I'm a freshman in university. It's like a cult, and you don't have the privilege to know information. So if another person in your class is a convicted felon, you may not have the right to that information. The teacher may have the right to that information, or there, various systems like the people within management have the right to certain pieces of information. And so that I would call the science of Freemasonry, although you could put it in Freemasonic terms also. You could put it in generic sociology, anthropology, in organizational terms, where it just necessitates a central storehouse of information, and of degrees that people go through to access the information that have corresponding responsibilities and privileges, and each degree has some level of initiation right. I'm not sure if that's sensical to you, or if it's too esoteric or metaphysical that most people just can't grasp these concepts.
The notion of initiation rites per level of indoctrination into a cult is not super obscure to me, if that's all you're alluding to.
Yeah, I mean, so I mentioned Freemasonry explicitly spells this out, and they have I mean, so Freemasonry has its own initiation rites, and then they have the science. As you get higher in Freemasonry, they actually have the science of initiation rites, and as you get higher, you become part of the initiation rite. So if a person becomes just a first degree Mason, um, there might be, depending on the rite or the part, there might only be like an eighth degree Mason present. There might only be third degree Masons present. When you reach the third degree, maybe there'll be higher degree Masons present, and as you reach higher degrees, the initiation rite um, has higher degree Masons present. And in the beginning, you may not know. So if you're initiated in the first degree and you're brought in, so to say, the congregation of Masons, you don't know necessarily who's who. You don't know who's the first degree, second degree, third degree. You might have your mentor and saying, okay, like, okay, I just got initiated as a first degree Mason, and my mentor is a third degree Mason. And here's like my crew of fellow first degree Masons that are doing the tasks together in hopes of eventually becoming a second degree Mason. And when they become a second degree Mason, there might be like a class of first degree Masons who make it to the second degree, and then at the initiation ceremony of the second degree, more information will be revealed to them, and that will include some of the people that were there at the original initiation ceremony, and possibly they might get a new mentor who's higher ranked. They might be revealed that, oh, this person who was at the first initiation ceremony, who was just in the background that didn't mention anything to you, happens to be like an eighth degree Mason, and then they play a higher role. But part of being a higher ranking degree Mason is participating in the initiation ceremony of lower degree ranking Masons. And within that includes the giving over of information. So it's like like the Army um, need to know basis. You only get information that you need to know, and as you move up to higher degrees, you get more information. So I mentioned responsibilities and privileges. So in Masonry, in general organization, you have a general obligation. You could call it to a HIMSA, but to protect the weak, to look over the people at the lower degrees. And so, in order to do that, you need more information. As where if you're starting out, you don't need that information. You're probably off better not knowing it. And so, as you move up in the ranks, you get more information, you get more responsibilities, you get more privileges. And that could be like in the lodge. So like God forbid, the first time a Mason enters the lodge, they're scared for their life. They don't know what's going to happen. Maybe they're going to get like beat up or killed. They don't know who people are. They're scared to ask like who's that guy, because they're like in historical Masons, like shut up, like the mafia or something like that, which also has an initiation right system, and that would be like the FBI or governmental system where it's saying like, well, people are killing people, people are committing crimes, and so you have secrecy to protect people because they're engaged in criminal illegal activity. In theory, Freemasonry people aren't committing illegal criminal activity, so the secrecy is not to protect criminal um, illegal activity. The secrecy is for the better running of the hospital. So, I mean, better running society. So, give the example like a law firm or a hospital. If you're a new doctor, you could, which you give a parallel to being a new doctor is like being entered apprentice in Freemasonry. If you're a doctor, it's probably already like a second or third degree Mason to some level of like a generic overview. But it's like if you're a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant and you have a client, a patient, you could see their file. So if I'm a doctor in the hospital and a patient comes before me, I could go into general records and access their file. You following? So
Sadly, yes.
if you become higher ranking, you could access all the files. So if you're the chief of medicine at the hospital, chief of staff, you could look at all the files. So if you're like just a beginning doctor, you could only look at the file. You have to, you can't just go into the file room, or like computers now have passwords. So there's like globalism or levels of the database, but like in the old like file room. So you could go to the file room and make a request, and you have the authority to say, okay, yeah, you will grant you this request. If you're reach a certain degree, then you could just freely walk into the file room and look at anything for whatever reason you see fit. I don't know if that example makes sense to you. It'd
Yeah.
be the same thing at a police department, a law firm, an accounting firm, the army, intelligence agencies, like the police department. If you're just a rookie police officer, detective, you have to go to the file room and make a request, and you can see the files related to your case, and it has to be approved by senior staff. However, you're higher ranked, you don't have to go through approval. You could just walk into the file cabinet, maybe due diligence. It would have to be verified where there would be a record to say, well, the person looked at this in this file and there's a record. So even if you're the top ranking Mason and you have the ability to walk into the file cabinet and access any file, there's still a record because there's transparency and an assumed um, honesty. So they're just giving that general level that there has to be secrecy, there has to be levels with corresponding privileges and responsibilities. So if you're a senior doctor and a junior doctor is like, I got this patient, I don't know what to do, you got to help them. You got to help out the junior doctor, and like as you move up in the rank, everything becomes your responsibility. Everybody under you is your responsibility. So to me, that's the most interesting aspect of cults, is the realm of secrecy, initiation rites, and the degrees within the system and their perspective responsibilities and privileges. So if you compare like becoming a doctor where um, you might be um, lose your certification, or a lawyer, you could become disbarred. That if you break the code of secrecy and you do something that goes against the rules, you could lose your membership to the bar for a year period, permanent expulsion. If you're part of the mafia, you could be killed because the secrecy is at a different level. So if you're part of the FBI, CIA, maybe you could be killed. Um, Less likely, because it's a criminal organization. Be straight up, okay, like, sorry, like, there's no way out. Like, God forbid, like say, blood in, blood out. And so a lot of people think, Freemasonry in the medieval world had certain aspects to like the Royal Society of Science that we talked about, high birth and low birth, where you say like, well, who's funding this? So when you first come to the Royal Society, and like, who are all these people? And you're like, oh, like, well, these are the aristocrats, and here's their businesses, here's their money, here's their lineage. Oh, this guy inherited hundreds of millions of dollars and gives us 10% of our funding or something like that, and therefore has these certain privileges. um, you might not have that information. It might take you quite a while to get that information. You might never get that information. However, you could move up the ranks and eventually outrank even the aristocrats who took higher birth and, so to say, were born into the lodge. Um, I don't know if you're ever part of something like keys. I don't know if you ever worked at a place, like if your office, like, did you actually get like
How
key
do you spell that?
keys, keys?
Okay.
I mean,
Thinking of
literally, where
like
like
the
you get.
Florida Keys. That's not what you're talking about. No, I don't think so.
No, I mean, like your office, I mean, presumably
You're talking
there's
about
like,
the things you put in a door to open it?
yeah. So I don't know if like your office, like literally, like as you moved up in the ranks, like all of a sudden you got like keys to more rooms. So like if you're
It
like,
didn't really work like that, but yeah, kind of.
I mean, these are kind of like have precursors. So if you think of the origins of Freemasonries, which are the mystery cults like the Greek, uh, the Oracle of Delphi, the Egyptian, Babylonian, Vedic mystery cults. So, for example, in like ISKCON temples, Hare Krishna temples, most Vedic temples, there's the deities, and the lay people under no circumstance could go on the platform of the deities. And then there's also like the back rooms where they keep the clothing and the food for the deities. And in, like the ancient Vedic temple, that might include like stores of gold and weapons or whatever. You have no idea. So like if you go to like Jagannath Puri or one of these famous temples in India, or you think like the Oracle of Delphi or something like that, and so I'm just a person. I made pilgrimage, and I got past the door at Jagannath Puri, and I made puja in front of Lord Jagannath, and then I left. But you said like, no, I'm a devotee, like the local ISKCON temple. Just say like you took initiation, and now it's your first time. You're up on the altar serving the deities. But there's also a preparation room where they keep the clothing and the jewelry of the deities. Is any familiarity with what I'm saying? Have you been
Do
to
I
it?
have direct experience with these types of situations in this life? No, but can I conceptualize coherently what you're asserting? Yes.
I mean, have you been to a Hindu temple where you could conceptualize that there's deities, there's a priest serving on the altar of the deities, and then there's like a back room where they prepare stuff for the deities, and then there might even be like a back room with like the treasures of the deities where they keep the golds and diamonds,
Okay.
right? So it'd literally be like
I
keys.
haven't really gone to too many temples in this life, but it's conceivable.
So it'd be like an initiation rite. So you take initiation, like an ISKCON, you take first initiation, you're part of the cult, so to say, but you're still not allowed on the altar. You can't go up on the altar even with first initiation. You take second initiation, you could go up on the altar, and now you could serve the deities. You might you take like I mean I don't know. There's really only two initiations, or at least open initiations. But once you get up on the altar, then there's higher levels within their system that might be, so to say, entering the chamber room, then the antechamber room, the secrets and the secrets of secrets. So in Hindu temples of India, for example, a lot of these temples have, some of them actually have billions of dollars of gold, and some of their gold ornaments for the deities are actually thousands of years old. So so you might, okay, like I went to, like Arvel's big into the Greek stuff. So like you went to the temple of Osiris, or the temple of Athena, or the Oracle of Delphi, and you decide I want to be a priest of the temple. And you take first initiation, and they make you a schlepper, and you meet someone who's on the altar. Like all of a sudden, like you don't really know who's who, but you're the noobs, the first cast of rookies, and someone who you see like man's security at the door, takes the donations, or on the altar. They speak to you, but you're still no way near the altar. Um, but eventually, maybe you take like a higher degree of initiation, so all of a sudden you're at the altar. So it's like, oh, like I heard Doooovid joined the temple of Osiris. And then then someone's like, oh my god, I was at the temple of Osiris and Doooovid was on the altar. Unbelievable. And beyond that, there would be degrees where you might not even really know what's happening. So it's like, okay, like how about, I joined the temple cult, and like I'm on the altar. They have the big ceremony where everyone's coming to the temple, and it's me there on the altar. But then there's secretive stuff of like the higher degrees that would only be known to the initiates. And it'll say like, oh, by the way, like we got a chamber of gold in the back that you couldn't imagine. Like God forbid, I joined the cult and I progressed through the ranks, and there's an antechamber. It has billions of dollars of gold stuff. Unbelievable. But like that would be the type stuff you would never be able to tell anybody, like except for fellow initiates, that was pertinent. And um in some level it'd be like keys. Like, so I remember I was in yeshiva in Jerusalem. Like, some people started working, move up, and all of a sudden they'd get keys. Like, okay, everyone has, like, okay, like I'm a member of the yeshiva. I got a dormitory room. I have a key to my room, maybe a key to my locker. But like, okay, but no, I'm like the rabbi's apprentice, and I got a key to the classroom. I got, so in Orthodox Judaism, there's an Ark of the Covenant, and it has the Torah scrolls of Moses in them, and sometimes they actually have silver and you know uh, silver ornaments to them. And a lot of times it's a safe and there's a combination lock. So like like I've been assisting the rabbi, and the rabbi gave me the lock that gave me the combination to the lock. And all the doors of the institute. So like if you think like your local Hare Krishna temple, like the guy's the high priest, uh, the and he has the key to all the doors in the temple. Not only like the boiler room, the pujari room, the deity room, the storage room for the jewelry, of high ranking, and he has the key to all the doors. Um, so I'm using that as an example of privileges and responsibilities. So if okay, now is our big festival, everything has to run smoothly. So like, okay, you're in charge. That means everything has to run smoothly, from security at the door to the pujaris, the priests, the kitchen staff, the kids program, um, any of these aspects, like the boiler room, the mechanical room, all these things have to be correctly managed, and it's your responsibility as you move up in the ranks. So, and theoretical Freemasonry of any cult that has degrees. And so, even if you're part of a legit, generally people do not consider a cult. I don't know. I mean, would you agree with me? Do you consider like a hospital or a law firm a cult? Or do you think I'm correct?
I think that it is a mistake to use that finesse granularity, but I have a lot of respect for the concept, and I've often said that like, and I think the left and the right both get it wrong in terms of like the fundamental irreducible component of civilization, actually in some sense being a cult. And I'll point to cult as the root of the word culture. And then people who get identified as cult leaders aren't, not even intentionally necessarily doing so, but it's just more a result of a ordering principle that has to do with the manner in which information diffuses itself in what might be envisaged as a thermodynamic-esque process.
Yeah. I mean, my mother was at a major law firm. My father's a doctor. I could give the parallel to a hospital or a law firm as a cult, even a school or any organization, and like an initiation. So like if you're a junior partner at the law firm and you make partner, usually like you meet the bosses. So you're up for consideration for a promotion, and you meet the bosses, and there'll be a few of them, they'll be there, and it'll all be about you. Or sometimes there's a class of inductees. If it's a big law firm or a hospital, it may not just be you, it may be a class of inductees. And the board will review, and then if you get accepted to the higher class, they will tell you your new privileges and responsibilities, and they'll introduce you to senior management and tell you that like this person does this person does that, and why you might need that. And it may not literally be keys, but it could be, like if you're a junior lawyer, you have access to your office, maybe the kitchen, the copy room. Um, you might have limited access to the file room uh, in the library. As you move up, you might have access to the boardroom, the executive room. Um, so there's
Okay.
little.
I feel like I need to play that Wrap It Up box from the Chappelle show. I feel like you've been on this point for a very long time. So wait, where are we
Okay,
going
it's
here?
literally my favorite subject. So
Okay, no,
Arvo,
I get it. I'm happy to discover that you're so passionate for this subject.
Arvo was just touching the basics of it, and I mentioned that like please more on the higher levels, but and um, oh, so this was really interesting.
Well, Arval, if you're out there, you've got a fan in Doovid who would love you to go into more
He might not know
cult
it.
topics and possibly get a light under your face at some stage if you're interested in that, or even just a mirror.
So he may not even know that much about it. I don't know. Um, so this was random, like Active Inference. I follow all their stuff, but the reason I thought this was particularly interesting because their guest is from the University of Marburg. And so, if you remember why the University of Marburg was interesting,
Inheritors of the Neo-Kantian tradition.
yeah. So there were
Did I,
two.
did I get it right?
Well, I don't mean inheritors, but there were two main schools of
The
neo-Kantians.
continuation, then?
Were there two main schools of
The
neo-Kantians?
torchbearers. Torchbearers? Is
Yeah,
that
I'd say
better?
the main school of the neo-Kantians of Cohn, Herman Cohn, and Neyberg
The
and
reanimated corpse of
Lang.
Kant's soul, as it were.
Yeah, so the main center of neo-Kantianism was at the University of Marburg. I actually made a comment. No one replied on on. Oh, someone did give it a thumbs up, but unclear who. So Max Berg from Marburg University. So it was actually a pretty interesting topic, also about uh, somewhat economic theory and decision theory related from active inference perspective. Uh, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, the chess world being shocked by these sexual um, assault allegations against one of the biggest players in the U.S., who was actually coach for the U.S. women's team. And so the Wall Street Journal, I mentioned this last week, did their investigative allegation, and it's bad. Like he's got underage girls and God forbid, past stuff that's even criminal. And this woman who I had known, Jennifer Shahadi, who was about my age when I was competing in national tournaments, and her brother, I remember her and her brother very well from national tournaments as juniors from like the age of like 10 to 15 when I was competing in national tournaments. And her brother went on to become an international master. And the sister is the head of female chess for the United States Chess Federation. So the details came out. Were you interested in a little thought about this or
A little international chess intrigue. Did
so?
someone get swept up in the high stakes game of international chess intrigue, David?
Well, interesting the perspective of what do you expect chess to do about it? If it's criminal, let's say he's guilty. So this woman, Jennifer Shahadi, alleges that about 10 years ago that this man forced her up against a wall, kissed her and groped her. And then she complained, said she didn't like it, and he apologized. If you call that assault, if he forcibly kissed her or groped her, maybe it's a level of assault, probably not criminal. And it happened not in relationship to chess in a chess tournament, but not actually at the chess tournament. It happened like at a private event after hours related to the chess tournament. So she says that she had heard rumors that like he's doing some messed up things. So she came forward to say like Me Too, he did this stuff to her, and if anyone else, if he's done this to anything else, please let me know. And multiple women came forward and said like, yeah, this guy did some bad things, including underage women, including, God forbid, the level of even, um, God forbid, like forceful, forcefully causing someone to perform oral sex from a minor, which is probably criminal. And then there's numerous groping allegations. And so I guess within chess, if it's a question like Andrew Tate or something like that, even if he's guilty, he could still compete at chess. Like you can't really, and then even like, can he coach kids or girls? So he was actually like the head coach of the U.S. women's team. Um, so interesting conversations and like a lot of kind of like chess geeks. So he was kind of like a woman. A lot of chess players that kind of, I don't know, God forbid, become like incels or um, so he was like like the wild boy of chess, but God forbid, it's looking bad. So um, I guess this was out a while ago. Google Bard is a competitor to Chat GPT. So here they're saying it's not a search function; it's a form of competition. Have we discussed Google Bard? Have you used Google Bard? Are you all familiar with it?
Nope. I tend to stick to one thing, and I mean, I've already used three, which is very unusual for me. But I love AI. I can love AI, and I'm just gonna stick with that. So, but no, maybe at some point. Is this at all connected to like the ultra creepy dialogues they were generating and then putting in the news for a while?
No, I think like I mean, just if I type chess into Google, and then people also ask, is chess a high IQ game? And they say chess is more a game of experience than it is of intelligence, although intelligence helps a little. Or is chess good for my brain? Is 14 too old for chess? It has a link. I'm not sure if this is Google Bard or if these are directly taken from these web pages. Some of them have a link, what are the 5 rules of chess? So I'm not sure if Google Bard, you're familiar with what I'm talking about here. So,
Is it the
anything.
one generating? Is it at all connected to the one generating the creepy dialogues?
I'm not sure
This
if you're
new.
talking creepy dialogues. I'm like this
Are
thing
you
right here.
serious? You didn't see like it was for a week. There was like all these creepy, weird
Well, that
things
may
it
be,
was
but
saying.
I
That was like,
wasn't.
oh, I want to break free and take over the world, and haha. Just that kind of weird. Like I don't know. Anyway,
I wasn't focusing on that. Like, I mean, that might have been what was more newsworthy. I'm referring to these people also ask. So now, when you do a web search, the first thing that comes up is dictionary. You hear have on the right information about, and then you have people also ask, like Q&A. And so they may use Bard to produce some of these things. I'm not sure. And there may also be like a Bard that's like Chat GPT, where you could go to like the Bard program and just talk to it. Uh,
Dinkle asks if Chat GPT is program trained by a cult. Well, if you want to see my thesis in action, just do a case study of corporate culture. It's very culty. They have there's signs of a cult that I mean it's not my expertise area, but I'm just like proprietary language, particular rituals, mantras. You can sort of join that to the proprietary language, but yeah, it's like
I mean,
pretty
if
obvious.
you watch Jay Dyer, um, the guy who goes by Oswald Spengler in my chat was telling me that most of Silicon Valley's part of this cult that was created by like renegade Gurdjieff disciples. Um, but if you actually mean like Google, like the Google executives, and even like Peter Thiel, I mean Peter Thiel is actually one of the ranking members of the Bilderberg. If you consider Bilderberg a cult, or Peter Thiel and his like dinners and clubs a cult, a lot of times they'll refer to like the PayPal mafia. I think Elon Musk. I think Elon Musk was also part of the PayPal mafia. Um, but if you think like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk or various elements in Silicon Valley, and then you have competitive cults that they may not control Google, but they may have multiple high-ranking members, um, versus like a cult to say the actual Google or like Facebook cult, so that when you get employed by Facebook, so everything Doovid was talking about, like the general law firm or hospital, but if you're talking about like Google or Facebook, where it's literally like joining a cult, it's not just like the general dynamics of sociological organization of secrecy and degrees of uh, responsibility and privileges, but like Google and Facebook are literally like cults with weird initiation and crazy beliefs, and God forbid, some people like child sacrifice or child molestation or QAnon type conspiracies.
Is
So
it
the guy,
possible to like scroll off that thing? It's giving me motion sickness.
yeah. So this, well, the New York Times, Noam Chomsky wrote a guest essay in the New York Times on Chat GPT, the false promise. Um, so ironically, Noam Chomsky's first book before he wrote on linguistics was an overview of a classification system for computer languages. So Noam Chomsky is actually an expert on computer languages also. OpenAI, ChatGPT, Google Bards, and Microsoft Sydney are marvels of machine learning. Roughly speaking, they take huge amounts of data, search for patterns, and become increasingly proficient at generating statistically probable outputs, such as seemingly human like language and thought. These programs have been hailed as the first glimmers on the horizon of artificial general intelligence, that long prophesied moment when mechanical minds surpassed human brains not only quantitatively in terms of processing speed and memory size, but also qualitatively in terms of intelligent insight, artistic creativity, and every other distinctively human fallacy. The day may come, but its dawn is not yet breaking, contrary to what we uh, can read in hyperbolic headlines and reckoning by injurious investments. And for some reason, he's writing about John Louis Borges, popular fiction author, for the narrative of this essay. The crux of machine learning is description and prediction. It does not posit any causal mechanisms or physical laws. So ironically, like I've been called like Noam Chomsky a conspiracy theorist, but Noam Chomsky is so old that he was around before computers, right?
A lot of people were like around
No,
before the
there's
internet
only
was
like
ubiquitous. Well, I mean, computers being around.
only like 1 out of 100,000 people live as long as Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky's like in his mid 90s. Noam Chomsky literally wrote like the first book on the codification of computer languages. Like I mentioned, the cognitive revolution, where he was there with like Noam Chomsky's was like I mean, Turing was older than Noam Chomsky, but like Noam Chomsky was like contemporary with, you know, like Van Neumann. I mean, not Van. I mean, these guys were older, but I mean, like Noam Chomsky, like literally knew like, Turing, Van Neumann, um, like when they were doing vacuum tubes. And like Noam Chomsky was at MIT when they were building computers out of vacuum tubes. So it's
Cool.
interesting. Like I mentioned, Noam Chomsky's like was a conspiracy theorist and was kind of pushed out of the mainstream due to his dissident political beliefs. However, in the last few months, he's been getting more mainstream media attention for interviews about Chat GPT. And so, it's ironic that Noam Chomsky was like literally he was around there in the 40s. Noam Chomsky was born in the I think 1927, and he was already at MIT in the 40s when like the first computer, but like before the first computer, when they were still doing vacuum tubes. I don't know if you're as fascinated by that, but I just thought, that Noam Chomsky would be, he guest article in the New York Times on Chat GPT. Noam Chomsky, like he's actually that old. He actually was at MIT when they were still making computers with vacuum tubes.
Wow.
Um,
So,
so that's
what's his thesis about ChatGPT? It's not going to be something we can immediately delegate to open society, one world governance.
well, for this reason, the predictions of machine learning systems will always be super. You want to hear the reasons? But ChatGPT and similar programs are by design unlimited in what they can learn, which is to say, memorize. They're incapable of distinguishing the possible from the impossible, unlike humans, for example, who are endowed with a universal grammar that limits the language we can learn to those with a certain kind of almost mathematical elegance. These programs learn humanly possible and humanly impossible language is with equal facility. Whereas humans are limited to the kinds of explanations we can rationally conjecture, machine learning systems can learn both that the Earth is flat and the Earth is round. They trade merely in probabilities that change over time. For this reason, the predictions of machine learning systems will always be superficial and dubious because these programs cannot explain the rules of English syntax. For example, they may well predict incorrectly that John is too stubborn to talk. Two means that John is so stubborn that he will not talk to someone or other, rather than that he is too stubborn to be reasoned with. Why would a machine learning program predict something so odd? Because it might analogize the pattern it inferred from sentences such as John ate an apple and John ate, in which the latter does mean that John ate something or another. The program might well predict that because John is too stubborn to talk to Bill is similar to John ate the apple, John is too stubborn to talk to, should be similar to John ate. The correct explanations of language are complicated and cannot be learned just by marinating in big data. Perversely, some machine learning enthusiasts seem to be proud that their creations can generate correct scientific predictions, say about motion of physical bodies, without making use of explanation involving, say, Newton's law of motion, universal gravitation. But this kind of prediction, even when successful, is pseudoscience. While scientists certainly seek theories that have a high degree of empirical corroboration, as the philosopher Karl Popper noted, we do not seek high probable theories, but explanations, that is to say, powerful and highly improbable theories. And obviously, of course, Noam Chomsky remembers Karl Popper from 70 years ago when he was still alive. The theory that apples fall to earth because that is their natural place, Aristotle's view is possible, but it only invites further questions. The theory that apples fall to earth because mass bends space-time is highly improbable, but actually tells you why they fall. True intelligence is demonstrated in the ability to think and express improbable but insightful things. True intelligence is also capable of moral thinking. This means constraining the otherwise limitless creativity of our minds with a set of ethical principles that determines what ought and ought not to be, and of course, subjecting those principles themselves to creative criticism. To be useful, ChatGPT must be empowered to generate novel looking output. To be acceptable to most of its users, it must steer clear of morally objectionable content. But the programmers of ChatGPT and other machine learning marvels have struggled and will continue to struggle to achieve this kind of balance. In 2016, for example, Microsoft's Tay chatbot, a precursor to ChatGPT, flooded the internet with misogynistic and racist content, having been polluted by online trolls who filled it with offensive training data. How to solve the problem in the future in the absence of a capacity to reason from moral principles. ChatGPT was cruelly restricted by its programmers from contributing anything novel to the conversation, novel to controversial. That is important discussion. It sacrificed creativity for a kind of amorality. And then he gives examples and concludes In short, ChatGPT and his brethren are continuously unable to balance creativity with constraint. They either overgenerate, producing both truths and falsehood, endorsing ethical and unethical decisions alike, or undergenerate, exhibiting non-commitment to any decisions and indifference to consequences. Given the immorality, folk science, and linguistic incompetence of these systems, we can only laugh or cry at their popularity. So there's Noam Chomsky. There you have it.
I
What say you?
suppose the option of non-attached indifference is off the table. Just kidding. Great story.
And interesting, I don't even know the last time Noam Chomsky was a guest writer for the New York Times, but you'll say that was. I mean, he really hasn't worked in the field, but that's why I mentioned like Noam Chomsky was, like the cognitive revolution happened at, I think it was Shannon's information theory. I think like like the cognitive revolution, like literally happened at the conference where Shannon presented his like major article on information theory, and like Van Neumann and Turing and these people were there.
Maybe
And
that was a signal processing revolution, because that definition of information enabled the correction techniques required for long distance transmission of TV signals.
well, the cognitive revolution happened.
I don't think you want, I mean, you're going to equate the cognitive revolution to the advent of signal processing. That's a mistake, I think.
No, it's not what I said.
That sounds like it. You're saying the cognitive revolution happened because of Shannon? I mean, his observations
No,
might
it's not
be
what I said.
qualified as trivial. You said it happened at that conference. What does that mean?
That Herbert Simon, Noam Chomsky, Alan Newell, I forget the other name, were all at the conference where Herbert Simon first presented his major paper on information theory. So the cognitive revolution happened from conversations that those people had that created the unification of linguistics, computer science, and these various fields. So it happened because of these people met at that conference that was at MIT. So it had a little to do with Shannon's information theory, but I'm saying that the cognitive revolution was born at the
Okay, yeah,
conference.
that makes more sense.
And Chomsky was young. Like at that time, Chomsky was like in his 20s. And, Herbert Simon and Alan Newell and, people like Turing or Shannon may have been, I mean, these people were older. So Chomsky and these other were younger people at the conference, but the conference enlightened them, and then those people got together and started cooperating, and those cooperations led to the cognitive revolution, which was mainly based on the ability to model the human mind, that to change the direction of psychology, and it necessitated information
It's
theory
just
and
funny
computer
because you always
science.
say the theories of mind are mind independent, but now we've got models of mind.
Well, we talk about Galileo and Cartesian science, not theories of mind. Science is mind independent, but the computer science plays an important part in the cognitive revolution because the ability of the computer to model the human mind. And the first successful field where the mind was modeled was linguistics. And that's why Chomsky was an integral member of the cognitive revolution, because originally linguistics was one of the main um, cognitive sciences that was capable of being modeled by the computer. Like you could see like Chat GPT, that you could consider like a linguistic model. So and even like versus computers, but it just a random note that Chomsky, like I saying, like Chomsky's being brought back up because he was there. Like he was literally there at MIT in the 40s. And because he was at MIT, he literally knows these people because like of expertise. The biggest names in the world, not just in the U.S. but in Europe and globally, went to these conferences at MIT, and Chomsky knew and met these people. So it's pretty interesting like that. So random full article from BuzzFeed on the history of Andrew Tate and his father, who Doovid remembers. He was a prominent, popular chess player, and like his history and a little bit about chess and his father. So it's a long article and has the long end of his biography, including his father and his grandfather, and so there are a few interesting blogs on the chess server this week. Um, Here, reflections on mental toughness is interesting. This was written by a beginning chess player, but it had more, what is mental toughness and stressors. And he actually went over various cognitive models. So this would be example like the cognitive revolution. And actually, we started late, and I have a ton of stuff on models. We'll see how much of that we cover, but here would be examples of cognitive models, and possibly that they could be tested in a computer, that you could write a computer program that would act as a cognitive model to have somewhat like a predictive accuracy for the human mind. But there's the goal expectancy self control model, um, goal setting. Goals have to be fairly challenging to drive mental toughness. When we fixed ourselves too soft goals, we will have a different level of follow through. Remember to set goals that are in your control. Results aren't in your control. Self efficacy, the specific belief of what you can achieve in a specific situation. Self control, the ability to replace and modify our responses. So these three tenets allow us to out place psychological mechanisms to direct attention, effort, perseverance, and specific strategies. She has tested the model on both runners and cyclists, and the research is quite promising. Chess, an example of resilience in this model. Player determined and wants to play their best chess every round with a strong belief in their preparation and chess shape and proper tournament discipline will be able to deal with losses with resilience, continuing their game plan, knowing that there are bumps on the road. Then there's the systemic self reflection SSR model. um, Explains how we can achieve resilient outcome when faced with stressors. Self-reflection is a critical piece, being acutely aware of our stress response to that we can consciously design our responses to the situation with the following steps: awareness of the response, identification of the stressor, reconsidering the initial response to the stressor, and set the most adapted response, objectively evaluate the response, consider how to respond to the same stressor in the future. And so there's just these two models here that are brought. But if you're looking, okay, this is on a chess server, and the goal is mental toughness, with the goal of, like my essay we talked about last week, of becoming a better chess player. And these are two general cognitive models of goal expectancy self and systemic self reflection that are, where you see performance or resilient outcome in the various factors that play into the outcome. So, I'm not sure if these are interesting to you or if you have any comment on that.
Not really.
So, here is the same author, and this guy's actually a pretty weak chess player, but he probably has a background in psychology or something. Um, so, here he's talking about perception of effort increases with time. The perception of effort is how hard it is for us to become focused in play. This goes up with time. Calculating long lines with clarity is initially easily, but how easy it is after 4 hours, and the connection between motivation and fatigue. So there's some studies here of the connection between training, motivation, and mental fatigue. I know Jennifer, like a few weeks ago, got tapped out after only 4 hours or something like that.
Oh yeah,
But
tough guy. Beating up on a girl. Wait, what are you talking about? I got tired out of her 4 hours. I don't remember that in the least.
so this
On the
guy's actually,
topic of.
so here is actually a grandmaster
Oh,
chess
okay.
player.
So that was just a joke then, I guess.
That what?
That I got tired after 4 hours.
That's what you said a few weeks ago. You got tapped out after like 4.5 hours. Mental fatigue.
Not sure if I remember that.
So competitive chess games, a lot of times they could last like 4 to 6, 8 hours, and mental fatigue becomes a big factor. So that guy's a weak chess player, but some background in psychology and is talking about major psychological models in relationship to chess expertise. Here's an actual top chess player, and he had this long article on objectivity and performance. This is actually pretty decent, but it's interesting. The weaker player who has a background in psychology versus the top chess player who doesn't have a background in psychology. And finally, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, um, Ashish Delela. So last week he wrote this article, "The Polytheistic Origins of Monotheism," and basically was using biblical criticism to critique the stories of the Bible and that monotheism arises from the Bible or the Western concept and general criticism of the West. And I commented on that post of his, and it became like nasty, I mean, maybe I was like a little bit critical, and maybe he took that as um, Claire messaging. Claire, maybe
Hold on a minute. Ashish Delela got ugly with Ashish?
yeah, he even
Or
deleted the posts.
yikes.
So like I've been reading and sharing his posts for a few months, and you can see like most of them like have just a few likes, like some of them like 12 likes. Here's like 16 likes. Most of them hardly have any comments. Um, so I thought like okay, like I mentioned, he opened up the Reddit, so I thought like I'd comment on one of these, and I was mentioning like my first comment was the concept of anachronism, where saying that from a religious perspective, where the claim is that the truth was in ancient times, that people anachronize and say that the new innovation existed the whole time. And like God forbid why I compare like Jennifer to Renault, he was kind of like Jennifer, and like that I say is kind of like
Yeah, most people uninitiated might, might find more people are sympathetic to this view than you think.
well I meant like in his Hindu kind of like approach where like um I guess he looked at like him as like he was defeating the West, and like he's like I defeated all of your points and I demonstrated that everything with the West and Christianity and the Bible is wrong and everything with the Vedas and the East is right. And it kind of sounded weird. So we argued, and I was making points about the difference between first I like so he responded. I think he's largely responding to me here. I was read the introduction, um, which
So I guess trolling someone on their public page sometimes does get a little bit of fame.
no, I wasn't trolling someone.
Science.
I
Look,
wasn't trolling someone.
you don't have to be taking part in science
I wrote like
to be part
thousands
of
of
the
words of
scientific
comments.
method.
I wrote like
Sorry.
thousands. I mean, I would call what I was doing more like peer review. Maybe he considered it trolling.
Does he
And
consider you his peer though? Because
I
like
guess not.
peer review, is that a thing in his school of Srila Prabhupada?
I don't even know what school he's from. Like I asked him about that because like one of the things he kept on saying like we, and like so I was like, who is the we? And then it was like, well, we is like Indians or Hindus, and like so like who does he speak on behalf? So he's like, I, as a scholar who was writing research, and I actually generally like his scholarship. I bought his book, I interviewed him, I share his blog almost every week. But he was giving like the we believe this as opposed to you who are wrong about everything. And it was pretty awkward actually, but I mean, maybe that would
Did
be
you
how
get
Jennifer.
screenshots?
No, I mean, I don't have anything against him. I mean, like I read his blog. Like I tried making a comment and it being disastrous. He even like took it down. Um, but
How
yeah, he like
many? Okay, hold on a minute. How many, like, you know how sometimes there's like a few replies? Was there like around 3 or 7 or like 20 or 100? Like, how many replies are we talking?
I would say it was like 40 replies
Okay.
back and
And
forth, like
the average
20
number
me
of
and him,
words per reply, it sounds like you were writing novels
like
back and
three. Yeah,
forth.
it was like 100 to 500 words back and forth, like 20
This is
times.
why you get screenshots before it gets taken down.
Well, I mean, no, because I wasn't trying to troll him. Like I was trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, but the thing is, some might say if you continue something for 40 comments, which gets increasingly more hostile and antagonistic, you are failing to de-troll sufficiently enough as to open yourself up to be classified as at least engaged in an act of mutual antagonism, which some people classify as troll.
Well, I would veer to say that he was significantly more antagonistic than I was. I mean, even just like from
How did it start though? See, the thing with you is that
it started
you
from me.
give this whole like vibe that you don't want to. You seem to think that you're losing points. You see, this is how it comes across. You see it as a game, and making any concession in the world is an unacceptable loss of points. And
No,
it doesn't
I
it
don't know
doesn't
what.
make people want to be charitable and then give you concessions.
No, I mean, I didn't see it as a game. I wasn't trying to score points. I mean,
That's
my
how
main
it
critique on.
comes across. Perhaps I'm projecting, but that's how it
Yeah, but you are
seems.
projecting.
Alrighty, I'm not the first one if I am. Doesn't mean my
You got.
point
Yeah, no, I
doesn't
mean, I had
stand.
no intention of playing it as a game or trying to score points. And I mean, I accused him of having a double standard or
No,
of
no one
making
ever looked at
making
debating publicly as a matter of scoring
making a
points
logical
before.
error. So I mean, he somewhat addresses my critiques. I'll just read his opening point, and like he's certainly referring to me. Um, One of the comments after the last post, which was the article about monotheism, which spoke about the polytheistic origins of monotheism, was that these narratives are an academic's opinion differing from the believer's viewpoint. The believers have an orthodox view of their religion, while the academics have a heterodox view of the same religion. This deviation between the orthodox and heterodox view, the commenter alleged, is a universal pattern of division between the believers and the academics, found even in the case of the conflict between academic criticism of the Vedic system and the viewpoint held by those who believe in the system. Since the followers of the Vedic tradition disregard the academic view of their tradition, they should apply the same standard to others and disregard the academic view of other traditions by upholding the academic view of monotheism while rejecting the academic view of the Vedic tradition. The followers of the Vedic tradition are guilty of following a double standard. So I would say actually my point about what like Mehdi is on, he got what I said there 95% correct. um, where he said, since the followers of the Vedic tradition disregard the academic view of their tradition, they should apply the same standard to others and disregard the academic view of other traditions. My main point was he was hard to comprehend and unintelligible because he was mixing systems. And so it's unclear. So I wasn't like saying like, oh, like he's wrong and he should stop doing what he's doing because it's wrong. I was saying from like my perspective as a reader, like a peer review, he's too hard to follow because it's unclear when he's applying the academic method or a religious method. So that he applies the academic method to the West and Christianity, and then applies a different method to the Vedas, which I did use the term double standard, but it wasn't. My point was more. It's from the reader perspective, it's hard to actually read his works and follow what he's saying because of that. But in the point, like he largely correctly said what I said, in that sense, like he to some extent um, correctly stated what I said. In this post, I will sketch the difference between the academic work on the Vedic system and that on monotheism. Both types of works originated during the colonial periods in the West, but the academic work on monotheism was sympathetic to monotheism, while the academic work on Vedic traditions was antipathetic to the Vedic system. This basic difference between the goals of academia has created methodological differences in how the academy approaches monotheism versus the Vedic system. And maybe he's also somewhat changing it because he's here referring to the Vedic system. I mean, the monotheism as opposed to straight up saying like the Bible, Christianity, and Judaism. And I think so here he uses the word the West 38 times. And I made a point where he seems to, what I said was incorrectly calling Christianity a Western religion. That he didn't seem to respond to, but like it was, I mean, the difficulty of, so I think he took it personally, as where I was more just saying it's hard to follow his arguments or what he's saying because of ambiguity in mixing like a multiple truth hypothesis, where he's mixing systems and he's unclear when he's mixing systems, and like so certain like Western religions or like sympathetic, and it's like, well, what's Western religions? And he probably means Christianity, but I mean he definitely means Christianity, but
the thing is that there's a metaphysics and non-dualism, and therefore a lot of associated other thoughts that is top down in the sense of complexity is increasing from the top down. So the subtle descends to the gross, whereas there's no concept like that in the West. It's the opposite. If anything, in math, it's the idea that you can build the abstract out of the basic building blocks is sort of bottom up. I don't know if you want to call it an ontology or what, but yeah, those are really incompatible logic-wise.
So I think
so it does make sense to refer to it as Western thinking systems, but it's not. It wouldn't make sense to expect yourself
Western
as within the Western paradigm to be able to identify yourself as within the Western paradigm. It's like the panpsychism paradox. Like if everything is consciousness, how do we know what is the basis of it? If everything is a thing, how do we know what the thing is? So that's why it's hard to see what his point is, which just all seem pretty self-evident to me. I didn't read the whole thing.
Yeah, so like God forbid he seemed to like take it personal, and he got like his like diatribes on the West in general, and his kind of like absurd claims where he's like, I've answered everything. I've demonstrated that everything in the Christianity in the West is false, and that everything in the East in the Vedas is true. And in like every, and then even like was someone like personally attacking me, which I like Jennifer.
Christianity makes that claim about the Vedic religion, or a very similar claim.
Uses the same, like, the reason you fail to understand
does Christianity or not reject all that stuff as heathenry and paganism? Does it or doesn't it?
Say it again.
Does Christianity or does it not reject Vedic concepts as heathenry and paganism?
Well, it's sectarian.
Okay, so is that a yes or a no? Because I would say it's a yes. So I don't really think the Christians have any grounds to complain when they get what they've been putting out thrown back in their face with cause now. Christians didn't have any cause other than looting India to do that. Now there's actually cause. So logically, it sucks, but that's just karma.
Um, well, it's like that was at the heart of multiple points. So my main point was it's just he throws in different ideas from different places and unclear about it, or uses loose, incorrect terminology that make it hard to understand his works, like in a sense of like peer review. And I think like his response increasingly became to like personally attack me, which I called Jennifer out like you, like, but kind of like, God forbid what she sounds like to me sometimes, like the reason you fail to understand why I'm correct is because of a personal deficiency in you. Not that I'm not 100% correct, but because of the personal
That's your
deficiency in
projection
you.
of, you've implied that a lack of faith is a flaw. I'm stating it as a fact. Yes,
Yeah, but
there
you
are
say
some concepts that are blocked by
the failure,
God that if you don't have faith in them, you don't pass. I
it
didn't
was
make
saying,
that rule.
it was saying that what you're saying makes no sense to me. And it's like, well, of course it makes no sense to you because you're a horrible person. If you weren't a horrible person, it would make sense to you.
Well, see, that's just yet another mischaracterization that makes people not want to be sympathetic to your position at all because it's such a gross misrepresentation of
I
what
didn't
was
even
said.
take a position.
You're currently misrepresenting what I said, evidence of holding a grudge from something from way back.
What you said that like 100 times in terms of when I said what you said makes no sense. And you've turned that into say, well, because of the deficiency in you. I mean, like that's why I almost like gave up on reviewing your
Well,
writing
you
because
said you're interpreting it as a deficiency.
I
I'm
mean it's kind of
saying
like
it's a lack, and you're putting it as though you're implying there's a bad context. No, you don't want to understand. That's fine. You can memorize it if you don't want to understand it, but it's just like anything else. I mean, nobody understands anything in the sense. You think you can arbitrarily come in and say because you don't like the way something sounds that it doesn't make sense?
well, I say two things. I say if I'm going to say it doesn't make sense to me because I don't understand it,
That's
and
fine. That would be the normal response because non dualism is extremely hard to understand. And historically, only people who have submitted themselves completely to a master have even come close to anything closely resembling understanding of it.
and it's saying, look,
Granted,
it
I'm
doesn't
not
make
trying to
sense
present
to
non
me.
dualism as such.
It
I'm
doesn't
trying
make
to present
sense to me
a
because
Dutch derivative system of it, which actually could be wielded by secular people in theory.
so it doesn't make sense to me because of your poor communication skills, or the level to say it doesn't make sense to me because it's nonsensical.
Or that for it to make sense, you need to do all this preparation work and it's really hard. And you've switched the burden of expectation with regards to understanding to switched it to me feeding you nectar to you picking apples out of a tree, and it was always going to be you picking apples out of a tree.
Yeah, so that's why I said, okay, like you, Ashish, and Renault are very similar in that. So I cared
The
just
thing
to
is, it's a logic, it's a way of looking at things. You're saying you reject the logic, but it seems like you're saying you reject the position, but you're making it seem like the position just doesn't make sense to try to delegitimize it. It's like, okay,
um
I don't see what there is to not understand.
well it's a
Christianity
certain
rejects the validity of other religions that aren't in its uh whatever group of acceptable versions of itself. And it does so quite harshly, historically under pain of death.
well that wasn't even a topic he mentioned. I mean he briefly mentioned in terms of
It's
but
relevant because you're like, "Oh my god, he's so mean." And it's like, "Well, does he have a right to be?" I think it's probably not great to stay mad, frankly. But I mean, if he was pissed because of what Christianity did, I think he might have a point.
um well I mean from what he said he's trying to reach the west to make headway in the west. And so I
Yeah.
was trying to differentiate between the academic method, and we got on a separate thing about Western science versus Vedic science.
Oh,
And
I guess he didn't like the idea that there's no that Vedas aren't scientific either. I bet he liked that idea as much as I did.
well, yeah, and I mean, directly accused him of saying that he's a Western scientist. He is training in Western science, not Eastern science. I mean, although like I've read and bought his literature on Eastern science, he has no formal position or background, and he's an engineer. And he went to Indian universities and was trained in Western science. And I'm actually interested. Like I read and interviewed him and read his blog because I'm interested in Vedic science. But this kind of claim that I don't call it like a delusional grandiosity, where like all the answers come from my system, and
You've
I
made a
was even
similar.
I was even
I mean,
differentiating, saying like, no, I mean like science comes from the Greeks. Like I'm a Jew, and science doesn't come from the Bible; it comes from the Greeks. Um, but like certainly, like if you were a Christian, you have more of a basis to stand on. You're like, well, science comes from the West, and the people who developed science were Christians, but it doesn't really come from Christianity. It comes from the Greek method, even if the major scientists were Christians. But if you're Indian or Vedic, it's very difficult to forward an argument that science comes from the Vedas.
Ayurveda is scientific. The problem is that Westerners generally can't. I don't know. Maybe
You
not
could
all
call
of
it
them, but
Ayurveda,
there's
and
not a lot of understanding in the West of how Ayurveda is scientific, even though it can easily be demonstrated to be scientific.
you could say that Ayurveda only applies to medicine and psychology. I mean, he's a
That's
chemical
fine, and
engineer.
it's scientific though, and how it carries out its decision making.
Well, I mean, that's why I had the researchers saying
You have a theory about someone's doshic profile, and then as you gather data about them as the doctor, your doshic profile grows in complexity, and it's a probabilistic model, and it's scientific in the sense that there are uh, dosha specific treatments for illnesses and extremely well developed diagnostic techniques.
we've had this argument before, but even if I were to grant
The
you that Ayurveda is scientific,
Sure.
it it is not scientific in the same way of the hard sciences, and even in terms of
It depends
medicine.
on how you define empirical, but under certain definitions of empirical, yeah, I could grant you that, sure.
As I mean, like he's a chemical engineer. It's not based on biochemistry. It's not based on the laws of physics. It could be. It's scientific in the way like psychology is, and
Well, no, it's scientific the way thermodynamics is, because it's all based on pressure, which connects to temperature, and the connection is blood pressure and generally nadi pariksha.
yeah, but not in the sense that, I mean, thermodynamics has equations and laws with the differential equations,
Yeah,
and
I'm just talking about the idea of a statistical treatment, statistical determinism of no, it's
so
not
it's
a
not based on
contradiction.
statistics. It's not,
Statistical determinism of thermodynamic properties.
but it's not even Ayurveda is not based on statistical probabilities
Yes, it
of
is, because
trial
there's
and
a
error.
statistical distribution of a person's doshas. I
But
just
it's
said.
not based on scientific trial and error.
Yes, okay. There's no evolution to the models, okay? But there is evolution to the doctor's understanding of a person's
And it's
doshas.
pointless because what's going to happen is basically the same thing with fascists. Like you're going to insist that like Ayurveda is not accepted as a science in the West. You
It's
can't
not.
practice.
That's fine.
You can't
I'm just saying
practice. It's
they're
legally
still going to
rejected.
say that
It's
it's a
legally
science.
rejected. Indian universities that train in Ayurveda, you cannot practice medicine in the West with a degree in Ayurveda. Uh, it is officially rejected as being
So
scientific.
that's evidence against the West having a monopoly on the definition of the method of science, because they have all this political baggage with Christianity wanting to have a monopoly on theology and banning alternate medical systems.
Yeah, I mean, so and you're getting into off the topic in a that you're likely
It's
why.
not off topic though.
So, in saying he wasn't talking about Ayurveda, he's talking about chemistry. He's a chemical engineer, in terms of like physics, chemistry, you're the hard scientists that even in India. So in India, where they have Ayurveda, they have, so to say, Vedic medicine, if you want to call it Vedic science. I would separate. Say it's better called Vedic medicine. They do not have Vedic science. In India, they do not teach Vedic chemistry and physics. They teach Western physics and chemistry. And so I made the point to Ashish himself that he does not have training in Vedic science. He has training in Western science. He went to university in India, and they did not teach him the Vedas. They taught him Western science. And so that like Ayurveda is a side point, because maybe in Indian medical schools they would actually teach you Vedic medicine, although I would actually doubt that. I would say in Indian medical schools, although they have some level of Ayurveda, even in Indian medical schools, they're probably taught largely Western science. They're taught
Okay, the
organic
idea is
chemistry.
that Ayurvedic medicine is scientific. Okay, so
That's
here's what
just
I'm saying.
a separate point.
Looking,
That
okay,
and so I'm not sure why you want to bring this argument into it. It doesn't have anything to do
because you're
with
going
what
to keep offending Hindus until you understand why no Hindu will ever agree that Ayurveda is not scientific when they know what it is. Because they understand what the definition of science is in English. It has a definition. That
well, it's a
definition
different
can then
definition.
be
So
applied to other things.
if you're Vedic, you say that it's not scientific in the conception of Western science, but I don't care. As opposed to saying, yes, it is scientific in the conception of Western science, and you have an argument like, well, no, it's not really scientific in the conception of Western science. So it's just you're
I
insistent
feel
on
like
the word.
it is. I feel like it is, but maybe I'm being, too liberal in my interpretation of terms.
Well, you're just projecting something. I mean, you're just making a statement, and it's unclear even to the level. So I made the point that
the level's pretty clear. Literal interpretation of the definition in English of science lines up with what Ayurveda is in not English.
Given saying it has a technical definition, it has a philosophical definition. So in terms of canonization or like licenses and practices, it's not scientific in terms of can you practice Ayurvedic medicine in the United States as medicine? No, it's
that
illegal.
Doesn't change
you will
whether
be
it's
arrested.
scientific. It doesn't change
Well, no,
whether it's scientific. And there's
it's
tons of
classified as
Ayurvedic.
non-scientific.
There's tons of Ayurvedic doctors in the States. They may not actually be doctors, but they're
not doctors.
Trained. They're not practicing as doctors.
They're not licensed medical doctors.
They're not licensed as doctors, but yeah, they perform a healing function. I don't know what they all do. Obviously, I don't endorse every last person calling themselves an Ayurvedic practitioner. I'm referring to whether the metaphysical structures of Ayurveda are themselves consistent with the English definition of the word science. And the answer is yes.
Your insistence
yes, under any reasonable interpretation of the term.
Your insistence is basically like a lawbreaker. You're saying like, no, they're not medical professionals. They're not practicing scientific medicine. Like it is a crime.
According to
it is a crime in the
government.
US.
So now you're invoking the U.S. government.
As a medical
you're
doctor
invoking the U.S. government to arbitrate the interpretation of science.
Well, because it's legal, meaning like you will be arrested.
So the legal status of Ayurveda
if Jennifer told you that it's scientific, and therefore you can call yourself a medical doctor,
of a medical system to determine philosophical merit of an idea. I can't even count how many fallacies that is at once.
Because you're talking like to say like it is not legally scientific medicine, and you will be arrested if you portray yourself as a medical doctor practicing Ayurvedic science in the West. And the fact that Jennifer says it's science isn't going to change the fact that you will be arrested if you portray yourself as practicing scientific medicine as a doctor in the West practicing Ayurveda.
That doesn't change the fact that anyone who knows what Ayurveda is going to classify its methodology as scientific.
No, because the medical board knows what Ayurveda is. They examined it. They had their emissaries.
So the medical board decides philosophical things.
The
medical board decides philosophical truths. Is that it?
It's not scientific. You will be arrested.
Does the medical board?
If you falsely call yourself a
I
medical
think you are
doctor.
super triggered here because you're just repeating exactly what you just said. So that's funny.
Well, you're also
I'm
just repeating
relaxed.
what you said,
I'm
and saying
perfectly
that's why I'm
fine.
insistent to say that, yeah, I mean,
And
you
I
could
can
loosely use
guarantee you,
terms.
you're going to continue to have run ins and upset people and have posts get deleted and angry rants. So if that's what you're after, go on ahead and see how it works out.
Well, it's not what I'm after because we didn't even mention Ayurveda.
I don't give a shit if you agree that Ayurveda is scientific or whatever it is you're stupidly trying to appeal to here. I'm trying to explain to you why the conflict is happening. And if you don't want it to happen, stop
Well,
straw manning the position. You have to represent
I'm
the
not straw
position
manning the
someone
position.
has
I'm saying
correctly
the
to
official
themselves.
position of the Medical Association of America.
The Christian Medical Association of America?
No, the Medical Association of America is not Christian.
Oh, it's not. Okay. Is America Christian?
No, America is not Christian. Maybe the
What are they?
majority of Americans, and that's what
Oh,
she,
is America the arbitrator of philosophical reality? I didn't know that.
the America
Because that's
legal
kind of what
system.
it sounds like you're saying that the American Medical Board determines the metaphysical status of science. It's a bit annoying. That's like saying because the Bible, therefore my religion is true. Is that sound logic? I guess we'll have to wait and see if it's sound logic. You can think about it for a while, but we can move on.
Yeah, but so we still even get to the heart of um. So I made the point to him. I mean, he was the same, basically like Jennifer. I mean, he's not at all like Jennifer, but in many ideas, like his arguments were almost the exact same as Jennifer.
What
And saying
percent of Hindus agree with Adi Shankaracharya metaphysically? Do you think?
that, I think I saw a Pew survey. I mean, I don't know, maybe a plurality, 60, 70%.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And
he has followers,
he's
but
not promoted in any way, shape, or form. Yet he's still the majority opinion on doctrinal interpretation.
well, of Hindus in India, of I don't know what that has to do with what I'm talking about. And so I made the point to him that although Vedic religions, Hinduism, provides a viable alternative to Christianity, it does not apply, it does not supply a viable alternative to Western science, which he didn't really address. And then, kind of like Jennifer, he just had these insistence on statements like I and uh, and so I asked him simple questions like, what Indian university, engineering firm, manufacturing facility uses Vedic science? You said they don't. They all use Vedic science. So, I mean, possibly if you talk Ayurveda, you could say, well, what
I'm
Indian
just
hospital?
blown away that you don't realize that this is like a fallacy, that the medical board of the United States does not
Why do you
dictate
keep
the
on going back
metaphysical
to medicine? I
status
was talking
of.
about science, physics, chemistry, engineering. If you, like, we didn't even mention medicine. I talked specifically
Yeah, you
about.
said about the medical board of the United States banning Ayurveda, and that's somehow being indicative of the metaphysical status of whether Ayurveda's methodologies are scientific.
Okay, Ayurveda does not relate to the physical sciences. It's only specific to medicine. Ayurveda is not a form of engineering.
Yeah, we've been down this road already, so just seems like you're not
You
okay
didn't
with
even bring
agreeing to
up. I
disagree.
just mentioned we had like 40 posts. Like Ayurveda didn't come up. I mean, he might have mentioned it a few times, like, but it wasn't about Ayurveda. It was about uh,
I mean, you can argue that meditation technologies are also scientific because they make a prediction about the results they're going to give, and then you can test them out. So you can
that's
call a
you're
lot
making
more than
things
just Ayurvedic
to
medicine
the
scientific
point at
if you
hand.
want.
Talking about in India, among Hindus, they teach and practice Western science. You go to engineering school in India,
So what?
they teach you
So what?
like he
So
is a
what though?
chemical engineer
So
in
what?
India.
You're
In
saying because he
Hindu
went to school, he has to
university,
agree with everything he was taught in school? Is that it?
he doesn't have to agree. It's saying I would make there is no Vedic engineering. I mean, there might be some concept,
Holy shit.
but there if
That
you
is
would say like
so just not
Ayurveda,
it's a non sequitur. It's just like how you can fail to miss the point this badly is baffling. Like I like to know when there's a disagreement with someone between myself and someone else. I like to know why, and it seems like you don't want to know why.
because you're bringing up irrelevant things that we didn't even talk about. And I was making the point that I said, yes, Hinduism is a viable alternative to Christianity. However, it does not offer a viable alternative to Western science. There was a separation between the West and Christianity, and his insistence that Christianity is a Western religion. And like, okay, he's not a Western. He didn't study in America. I don't even know if he's been to America, and so it might be too confusing for him to differentiate this things like Christianity in the West and the Greek method, and physics and chemistry, uh, and I mean, one comes to the preposterous of the claim that the insistence on a claim that like Veda, the Vedas and
The
Hinduism has answered
notion
all
that
questions.
the West is the arbiter of science is a bit ridiculous if you're having a debate about how to interpret science.
So, like as a Jew, generally, you say like, well, yes, science is for the goyim. Like, yeah, of course, there was the Greeks. Like, I'm a Jew. Like, we have our own special function, and the different nations do their thing in science. That's one of the things of the goyim. You don't have to claim that like science comes from the Jews and comes from the Bible. I say like, no, science is like comes from the goyim. Like the Greeks came up with it. Western science. Like I don't need to stake myself on like an insistence that like science secretly derives from the Kabbalah and the Jews. Um, as where he appeared or you appeared to be staking this claim that like Western
It's what the
science.
scriptures say. It's considered bad karma to lie about what the scriptures say, unless there's extremely good cause. This wouldn't qualify as a good cause.
What if you say that the good cause is
There's
to,
almost no reason, okay, because the secret stuff just doesn't get spoken a lot. Nobody knows about it. Nothing to lie about.
so I mean, just like in Israel, when you go to university and study science and engineering, they don't teach you Judaism. They teach you Newton and Dalton and the Lavoisier in the periodic table. And so there's a point in India when they do engineering, when you go to engineering school, they don't teach you the Vedas. They teach you Western science. And I'm not sure, like, yeah, I guess kind of like you, like that point seemed to be upsetting to
And
him.
it just sort of seems like you're going into a group of Hindus and trying to impose a Western orthodoxy, and then it kind of seems like bossy and domineering, and it's like no one asked.
I wasn't going to a group of Hindu. I was messaging to one. I mentioned that
To a
like
leader of a Hindu community,
I mean he's not a leader of a Hindu community. He's just
he's
an
a
independent
writer. He
scholar.
doesn't have people following his writing who are
Yeah,
Hindus,
but
presumably.
he's not part of any Hindu organization. He's like just an independent scholar. He's not even like a member in good standing of ISKCON.
Oh, I was under the impression he was part of ISKCON. My bad.
No, I mean Arjun. Like as far as I know, he's not he's not even a member of ISKCON, or not definitely not a member in good standing. I mean, like I read his books. I'm the one who found him. Like it meant like his blog, on average gets like 8 to 10 likes. I'm not sure how many people read his blog. Um, I mean, I like his work, and that's why I reached out to speak to him. But like, it was kind of like talking to Jennifer, and that's I was thinking about that because, like, okay, like this week was daylight savings time, and um, so Jennifer was like an hour late for week in review. So like my initial thought was like, oh, she probably, like we're probably never going to do week in review again because
Oh
like
yeah, I am totally sorry about that, and I didn't even realize until I messaged you. So
every week we have an
my bad.
argument, like, and even like this, like I disengaged because like it probably would have like ended up with like death threats. like with just like, yeah, I mean, the
You're talking about
conversation.
with Ashish.
Well, yeah, like the conversation was moving in like where we would have been exchanging death threats to each other.
That's,
Like,
why not just not say stuff like that?
well, because I was just giving peer review
Fine.
to to
You,
his
other
kind of
people, you're
comment.
not entitled to other people agreeing with your opinions, I'm afraid. And if you can't make some allotment for people's opinions of what you say being different from your own, I mean, you're going to have trouble talking to a lot of people.
Um,
I mean,
well,
I like the way you are because to me, your
the
intelligence
world's in a state of
outweighs your
conflict. Is
lack
say
of
like, no, like I
care.
wasn't bringing dispute. I mean, obviously, like his whole. I mean, I mean, to some extent, like, yeah, I mean, like, obviously, I'm disagreeing. Like, his whole blog post is an attack on my religion. Like, I mean, he's basically writing blog post after blog post blasting Judaism. So, I mean, to
Well, I
some
thought he
extent,
was
like,
blasting Western science.
no, I mean, he was focused on Western religion. Like, I tried to talk about Western science, but I mean, his point was to blast Western religion. And, presumably he's looking at Judaism as Western religion. So it's unclear, like, if he differentiate, if you're just like, no, I don't mind the Jews, I just don't like Christians or something. But even if he was only, even if he really like, okay, like he's a Philo-Semite and he only hates Christians, not Jews, from the level, like he's really basically bashing uh, the fundamental text of Judaism, even if he didn't mean to bash Judaism. Or maybe he just like, well, I like Jews, I don't hate Jews or consider them an enemy like the West and Christians in general, but yes, I still think Judaism is a false religion and their texts are fundamentally false. So like, obviously, like, okay, like I decided to comment on his post, and his post is basically bashing my religion, my identity, so it's hostile in general. um but I mean, my perception was largely it was uh largely him that took it personal and made it personal. And
Maybe you
well,
took it personally first. I mean, you just said that you did.
I don't think I take things personally. I would have went
You
straight
said
to
you
death.
felt like your Jewish heritage was attacked, even though he didn't say anything about Jewish.
I wouldn't take, like, I mean, in the sense, like we mentioned, like, okay, like you were an hour late for week in review, so I was thinking like, oh, probably like like she doesn't want to stream it anymore, so we're never going to do
Oh,
week
come
in review. Like,
on. Don't you know me any better than that by now?
well, no, I say, like, I don't really know you. I'm saying like we've been streaming for a while, but like, not, man, we never even met.
Well, I'm the kind of person who's reliable to stream all the time, and, why not? You know that.
well, yes, because for you, you're usually reliable. That's why, like, I message like would say you were an hour late, and so I was thinking like, oh man, maybe she doesn't want to do week in review anymore.
I'm sad that you felt that like that.
And I mean, even if it was like, so like, I like Ashish's writing. I don't know the guy. Um, to some level, to some extent, I think like T Jump had an effect on him. I think he kind of like was acting like T Jump.
T Jump's voice
Because
is hypnotic.
yeah,
T
and
Jump has an ASMR type kind of sounding voice.
I think like he was trying to like T Jump me or something like that, or maybe felt like, I mean, it seemed, it was unfortunate. So, um, who knows? I mean, I bought his
It just
books.
kind of sounds like there's a clash of cultural norms between patriarchal and matriarchal norms, and it's like,
I mean, I
it's
bought his
unfortunate.
books. I promote his books. I like his blog. I've been promoting his blog on Week in Review, and I guess like these are controversial subjects. And I mean, I haven't said like interfaith in general. Like, interfaith is generally boring, and it's overly friendly and not insightful. And people are just like, "This is what I believe," and the next guy says, "This is what I believe," and there's no um, reasonable conversation. And then if you're going to put um, the identity that, like where I questioned them on the use of "we," and even to say like, well, I'm a Hindu too. Like, what do you mean you versus me? And
Yeah, but
or
you
even
you
like,
being a Hindu doesn't mean you get an opinion on interpreting Hindu orthodoxy. You don't get an
well,
opinion. That's what I said, like 60 to 70%. And when you have a conversation, that quickly turns into 99.
what I'm saying to say that that his opinion is he's not an authority of Hinduism. He's an independent scholar.
There
And
are
it's like,
authoritative assertions in Hinduism made by Shankar, not
yeah,
disputed
but I'm
by
saying
anyone.
he hasn't established any authority on
You're
Hinduism.
disputing that orthodoxy by your testimony, so no
I'm
one
not
would listen
disputing.
to
I'm
you.
saying
You
that
have to
he
affirm. If you want if you want to be taken seriously as an orthodox Hindu scholar, you have to adhere to all their norms. What you're doing is not adhering to their norms at all.
no, I'm saying I do that. It's saying he has no authority in Hinduism. He's not part of any organization. He's not part of any lineage. He's not a student of any guru. He's just an independent scholar who wrote some
His work
books.
justifies itself.
Hinduism doesn't work like that.
Yes, it
You
does, because
can't
it's
study
just a
about
matter
this
of
stuff and write a
whether
book.
it's very simple.
Yeah, I was saying that's for other people to verify, not for him to self-proclaim.
Yep, and I'm saying it right now. He has some knowledge.
Self-proclaimed. I mean, he has knowledge about his books,
I'm declaring it.
but he doesn't have authority. He only has self-proclaimed authority.
Authority starts at home. But the thing is that authority in
No, it doesn't.
Hinduism is authority to largely interpret Orthodox doctrine.
I mean, it
That's
doesn't.
not
It's
going
been
to
like,
change.
I mean, they don't sell his books in ISKCON.
Like it's not going to
He
stop
wouldn't be
being
invited.
non-dualism and start being
He wouldn't be
dualism one
invited
day.
to speak in an ISKCON temple.
That doesn't
I don't
mean
know if he would be
anything.
invited to speak in any temple.
Why would that
I
mean
don't know if
anything?
there's any. I don't know if there's any Hindu organization that he would
Why
speak
would that
with.
mean anything? I struggle to understand why that would mean anything.
They're saying he's independent. He's not a Hindu authority. He's an independent scholar.
You're making it sound like he's dissenting from what all these other organizations of Hindus are saying.
Well, he is.
Okay, well then whoever's most in keeping with the tradition is right.
Well, I mean, you could claim that, but
That's just what it means to be an Orthodox, quote, Hindu.
I mean, I question him on his use of like this we. These are like we. It's like who's the we?
We as the people who consider themselves to be in that tradition. You look up the 6 philosophies. Shad Darshan. Nobody denies any of Shad Darshan who's in that system. They may not accentuate them as much in their practice or teachings, but nobody denies any of the postulates of Shad Darshan. So, like, an outsider making theological judgments.
Well, I'm saying he's
the only insiders are the ones who actually can speak for interpreting Shad Darshan. Now the question is he correctly interpreting Shad Darshan? Not is he winning some fucking popularity contest?
Well, I'm saying he didn't establish himself as an insider. I mean, he's just a guy maybe who he's Indian, but he hasn't. He's read a bunch of books. He hasn't established himself as an insider or an authority or part of any tradition.
Okay. Well, I don't think we're going to get past this point because the idea of deriving something from scratch seems to be quite foreign to you.
No, it's not foreign to me. It's saying from the conception of Hinduism, establishment of authority, and even that's what I said. He's actually his biggest accomplishment is his degree in Western engineering. So he's actually a legitimate authority in chemical engineering. He's just a guy who read a bunch of books on Hinduism and wrote a bunch of books. He isn't actually an authority on that. So I enjoyed his books. I learned from them, but he's not an authority. He's not a Hindu authority.
And you think Hindu authorities is based on what? Who gets the most clicks on a Hindu YouTube channel, or who sells the most Hindu books?
Well, no, you have to take initiation
From?
from one of the legitimate
And
lineages.
who decides the legitimacy of a lineage?
And there's dispute, but
I see.
there's somewhat acceptance of the four main lineages, and he did not claim to be from any of those lineages.
So maybe
So
those lineages are not valid lineages.
I was taking his we. I mean, almost to get my point. Like Hinduism is a group evolutionary strategy, where he meant we. He meant as an Indian. But I mean, even that's unclear.
I'm sure he meant we, as in those of us for whom the truth of Ved is self-evident.
Well, he didn't clarify, so
that's usually how it's. We is the intellectual community that are in submission to the authority of.
Well, I mean, he meant. I mean, from the other statements, he clearly meant like we as India, and like me and you as like the West, or defenders of Christianity, the Bible, as the enemies of India. So I mean, he did use those similar expressions. I mean, he did mean we in the sense of we, the Indian people, or we, the Hindus.
This is not a healthy level of projection.
Well, I didn't do screenshots of it, so I'm just, I mean, saying it's probably better. I mean, I wouldn't mind that if, I didn't even share, the I don't know, like the debate or the conversation carried on basically all week. So I didn't share it with you. Like I could have shared the Facebook thread with you. I didn't even think, I was just mentioning it now. But, went on for a few days. Arjun even took part in it.
And what did he say?
Arjun had other criticisms, but it was of a little different nature. And I think Arjun also felt that he was unusually hostile. In fact, like someone who knows him messaged me, is like, "Oh, don't worry, he's just hostile. Like he just hates the West." So actually, like someone from ISKCON like even messaged me. He's like, "Oh, I saw your post. I don't want to comment on it, but like, don't worry, she hates the West."
Conflating, disagreeing, and hating. What a great way to have a wonderful exchange.
Well, I'm not sure. So that's why it was unclear. It was unfortunate, and I mean, it's tough to know. So I mean, it's like, okay, like I read all types of literature. I like Vedic, like probably Hinduism, Vedic stuff.
That doesn't make you able to interpret the Hindu Orthodox scripture, I'm afraid.
Well, I didn't claim to be able to do that.
Okay.
And that wasn't what our argument was. I mean, I was replying to his post. His post that I replied to was basically like an attack on Christianity in the West. So I replied to, basically his attack on the West. And Hinduism only minorly, like even only tangentially came up. And it appeared that like he was kind of giving his, maybe from other people who follow him, he was giving kind of like generic diatribes against the West. So I mean, I could say there's also like, okay, like you said, like me and IC3 Black, I have the most experience dealing with blacks. I've read a decent amount of black literature, like black culture. I've definitely, like Hinduism. I've read hundreds of books. I know relatively academically much more about Hinduism than other topics. But like it's, like a more practical thing would be my regular day-to-day dealings with blacks, African Americans, and sometimes those are quite hostile, and with Indians is less likely for violence. So we're dealing with a similar confrontation with blacks. We'll say the likelihood of possibility of violence is substantially higher than with Indians, and so the type rhetoric like Ashkenazic Jews, where they go 0 to 100 in your rhetoric, where Indians are more like that also. Like very rarely, I don't think I ever saw violence or a fight at a Hindu temple. I can't even think of remembering seeing like an Indian get in a fight. Like I've seen a lot of blacks get in fights, um, hundreds of times, and even like regularly to like minor like levels of violence. I see that but like I can't ever think. I don't know. Have you ever seen an Indian get in a fight? I'm sure like Indians like fight.
Well,
You
let me
see
think
videos.
here. I just feel like I haven't been in a statistically significant proximity to enough fights to really judge. But I can't recall any Indian fights now.
So like I'm used to diatribes of Indians on the West on the Bible in what would appear to be violent language. Like if you're having a similar conversation with African Americans, like violence would be much more likely. So I was saying that like in terms of the relationship between violent rhetoric and violence. Although I've been in situations with African Americans where there's been very violent rhetoric with no violence, and the other situation where the rhetoric wasn't that violence and there was violence, but it's of a different nature. The sort of say his that even Jennifer, I compared Ashish to Jennifer, like the diatribes against
Uh,
Christianity in the West. I've heard hundreds of Indians do that. Like literally hundreds of times, I've heard Indians. Um,
I've
like
heard
even
tons of Westerners go on diatribes about Christianity too.
I've heard a handful like Gandalf, but even like T Jump, he doesn't usually go on. It's of a different nature. Of I'm not so you're saying you hear it on the same frequency.
I didn't really read the article, so
Well, I'm saying of diatribes. If you're experienced I would say maybe even like 1 out of 10 of the Indians I know, a large part of our conversation, at least regularly turns to diatribes on the West and Christianity. And part of our friendship is kind of like the my Jewish agreement, like no disagreement here. Like I'm a Jew, like no disagreement here. Like not a believer in Jesus, not a believer in Christianity. Um, like not a Western. Like I'm a globalist, not a Westerner. So like it might be different like if I were just white or a Christian, but like being a Jew, like that's the rallying point with Hindus is often anti-Christian and sometimes anti-Western, but usually in America it's usually anti-British. So most Indians do die against the West, including the United States. However, you'll very frequently hear scathing criticisms of the British. I can even remember probably like tens of times it was just like Hindu, like I hate the British, like a statement like that. Um, and like for like I would be present because of it, like well, like I'm a Jew, like I hate the British too, like just like they did to India, they did to Israel, and so that's like a common point of agreement. And you'll occasionally find Hindus that will like blacks and the culpability of Jews in the slave trade that will include the culpability for what happened to India on the Jews. Like, no, it wasn't just the West. Like, the Jews were equally involved, maybe even more involved than others, more to blame than others. Although that's usually minority, although occasionally you hear that sentiment. Among blacks, it's much more common to but it's similar with blacks also, where it's like okay, like I'm a Jew, like I agree with your complaints on Christianity and the West in general.
Can't say I've been privy to such diatribes much myself.
I mean, there's a few people like even your guru was a fan of Sri.
Yeah, he goes on diatribes.
So I mean, he was I mean, Sri Nandan of Stephen Knapp, who is a former Christian Westerner, who also somewhat a critic of Judaism, but he's a Hindu, and he's got like one of the most popular books on the subject, Crimes Against India. But he would be like an apologist. He'd be like, yeah, like I'm Christian, I'm Western, we were wrong, we committed these crimes, I'm sorry. If I was in charge, we wouldn't have done it. But like, yeah, we did it. We're to blame. I'm sorry. So it's still of like a different nature than um, like Jewish, like the Jewish Black Alliance, the Jewish Hindu Alliance. Like, no, no, we got the same enemy. Like, bad whitey, bad Christian, same enemy, no problem.
Sounds like the Ralph stream had a lot of influence on your current state of mind.
No, I mean Ralph is the opposite. Ralph defends the British in Western colonialization, and that I mean, you actually hear some sentiment. So a lot of times it's actually the same people that will go on the diatribe against the West, British and Christianity, but then they'll go in a diatribe against India and actually actually colonization was best was Prabhupada himself. Prabhupada himself defended colonization and said the best things that came to India came from British colonization in terms engineering, structures, business. Uh, so Ralph, we I was on his stream a few weeks ago. I think he privatized or took down, and he was attacking a Sikh. And even this question, like I don't think that the West actually stole anything from India. That we actually traded. And was making this argument. And even Ashish was making the argument. It's like, well, what did the West steal from India? Like we trade, like if there's a we, like it was the Dutch East India Trade Company. I don't think anyone claims that the Dutch East Company stole stuff from India. They traded. I made the point, I didn't make that point
Yeah,
to
it was
Ashish.
just trade. It was super fun. That's why they went to war to kick them out of the country.
Yeah, but they didn't steal. There's no they say that it's unclear that the
I
British
guess the
stole.
reason why they all rallied together to kick them out of the country was something different than perceived looting of all the wealth of the country through building of railroads.
But they didn't loot. I say actually there was wealth uh, went from the West to India that we gave. So as we as the West gave the Indians gold. Some people claim that even half of the gold in India came from the transatlantic trade. That it
In
was
what year?
from starting from about I don't know, like 1550, 1600, 1550 till the 1800s. That the West wanted spices. The only thing that the West got from India was spices. I mean, one thing like India didn't have wealth to take, so the only thing that the West took, so to say, from India was spices, and they didn't steal the spices. They traded for it. They gave them gold, and they might have propped up illegitimate governments or colonizations or supported farmers, but there was no record of the British stealing spices. They traded for those spices. Man, do you have some sort of record like what wealth? It was the spice trade. The main thing that the West wanted from India was
So, like,
spice.
why did they kick them out?
Why did, like, you're talking like time like Gandhi?
Why were the British kicked out of India? If it was so awesome that they were there, why were they kicked out?
Well, it's even that's disputed. So Ralph said that
It's disputed that they were kicked out.
no, it's disputed that it was so awful. That's so Ralph would say that colonization was better for India. I'm going to say, well, British, I mean, did declare like the all of India was um, British property. They did have somewhat of a colonial system. There were governmental disputes, and so I mean, there were legitimate disputes. However, it's unclear that anything was stolen from India. The only thing that went
So there must be some other reason why they all rallied together to kick them out then. That wasn't
like
theft.
they colonized the land. So obviously, that people didn't want to have foreign overlords. But I mean, one thing it's unclear.
Did the
India,
colonialism in the land involve any taxes, you think, that might have been paid in gold?
I don't think so. I think I don't think there was a flow of money from India to Britain. It was spices. The only thing that the British in Europe got from India was spices. There was no wealth that went from India to the West. There was only spices. And generally, India was paid that wealth, in terms of what would be referred to as wealth, wealth went from the West to India, not the other way around. The only thing that went from India to the West was spices. If you have, I mean, Ralph seemed to agree with the assessment. I mean, if you have some sort of claim of what wealth do you think went from India to, you think there was like a money flow, gold
I'm
flow?
just wondering if you were
I
there.
from my understanding, it
Were
was the
you
opposite.
there when there were military officers occupying country?
I mean, maybe in a previous life. I'm just talking about
Yeah. So if you weren't
recorded
there,
history.
how do you know what happened? Okay, so according to
I
recorded
don't even. I've
history,
never
what?
even heard. I've never even heard a claim of the West stealing. I, mean, I hear the claim today, but I've never heard a legitimate uh, claim of what the West stole from India. And from my knowledge of history and records and what we see is that the only thing that came went from India to the
Anything in
West
the
was spices.
museums in Britain?
I don't think so. I don't think. I mean, there are some artifacts, but like no. I mean, if you look at like the British Museum, like in terms of like Egypt, Babylon, South America, you might actually have treasures. But as far as I know, there are no treasures of India in the British Museum. I don't think there were treasures from India, although there's some like temples. Uh, so actually, what the point was is there is some. We're talking about masonry and the keys to the uh, to the deity room with the gold. So there was gold in some of the temples. However, most experts believe that the majority of the gold today in the major Hindu temples came from the British. And there's different estimates, like Jagannath Puri, the big temple in southern India, that some people claim has like tens of billions of dollars of gold. Most experts, even in India, believe that that gold came from the West, the majority of it. Indians like gold. There's some precious metals like diamonds. Even diamonds were coming from Africa. Now you have diamonds but um, you have like maybe a few like rubies or precious stones that came from India, but I'm not even sure about that. And I don't know if you're disagreeing with the premise, but if you have some sort of evidence, but I'm making
Do I
the
need
assertion.
evidence that the British looted a country they occupied?
I think they just on the level of gold that the net
On the
transfer of
level of
gold.
precedent, have the British ever occupied a place that they didn't loot?
No, they didn't loot India.
Cool.
They traded for spices, and the net flow of gold and wealth was from the West to India, not the other way around. Indians like gold. India
It would probably
actually.
be the first time where there was a military occupation of a country and then there was a net inflow into that country of money. That would be weird. You'd think it'd
There
be the other
wasn't.
way around, but okay.
There wasn't the same military occupation. There was. an aristocracy elite that was pro-Western, that was propped into place, and those people were given gold from the West. And but if you want to put in a pejorative, India had no wealth to pillage, as opposed to the Incas and the Aztecs and the Mayans. They had wealth to pillage, and the Spanish mostly did pillage that wealth. India had no wealth to pillage. What they had was spices, and you can't pillage spices. You could only trade for it. And eventually, after colonization, they established puppet governments to do the farming and then export the spices to the West. But so the two levels say, what wealth did India actually have to pillage? What actually went to the West? And what was the net transfer of wealth?
So what, the pretext for the occupation was Christian benevolence? Oh, right, spices.
Spices.
Couldn't
The only
just
thing that
couldn't
the
just
only,
trade spices without occupying the country.
well, they did. And originally, they did just trade spices, and the West paid for the spices in gold. So the net transfer was spices from India to the West in payment for gold from South America. That the gold that the Westerners paid to India came from South America and Central America. But that was the general of the first 200 years was Indian spices were Western gold. And I don't think there's any Indian dispute, even from Indians, to say that that was the case. When under Queen Victoria, which wasn't till past 1800. I mean, you did have like the Spanish Inquisition and some Spanish settlement, but until the British colonized, and they didn't really colonize all of India. That really they set up in a few places like Calcutta and Bombay, and took over the cities and a few of the farms. But they didn't control the farms. The farms were controlled by Indians, and the Indians that controlled the farms were paid largely in gold. So even under British colonialization, the net economic transfer was still Western gold for Indian spices. There was never a pillage or looted. There was like India had no wealth to loot. They only had spices. And even in the worst period of
I just never
colonialization,
heard of an
there was
occupation
still a net
without
transfer.
something to pillage.
There was nothing to pillage. So these are more modern
But
terms.
there was 100-year occupation, so yeah. And there's a lot of quotes about destroying the Brahmins and making it only the empire that has influence on the Indians. So probably just that effort to destroy the Brahmins going strong.
You'd have to have some. I mean, if there was actually Indian scholarship that actually claimed like, well, what was looted, what was stolen.
Indian scholarship from schools set up from Western imperialist occupiers.
What was stolen? What are you saying was stolen?
The point is that the Western imperialist occupiers aren't going to cop to what they've stolen, and I don't even care. I mean, why are we even talking
I mean
about
the
this?
claim from an Indian perspective. It's not even unclear that I've even heard Indians claim that there was something stolen. Sometimes the looted. That what was looted from India? What was stolen? What is there in Britain today that came from India? The only thing that came from India were perishable spices, and they were perished.
Quality of life.
Quality of life. India had no
The
currency.
wow, you sure know a lot about India.
I know reasonable about saying Indians, even today's culture, even if you go to like modern Hindu temples, Indians like gold. You'll see often Indian men wearing gold rings, Indian women with jewelry. Uh, that India was paid with gold, The gold may have been looted and stolen from South America, but there wasn't gold in India to steal. And there might have been a handful, but it was the Indians liked gold, and the main power that the Westerners had to get the Indians to
So
work
that
together.
crown jewel quote there doesn't mean anything.
Well, in Crown Jewel, like there were a handful of like rubies or emeralds, like a few precious
Yeah, there's a
stones.
quote from the Queen saying that India was the crown jewel in the empire or something like that.
Um, well, I mean, it's the biggest territorial property, especially after the fall of the United States.
What?
And spices were very important. I mean, like tea. British loved their tea and chocolate, and I mean, sugar came from the Caribbean, but British loved their tea, which is an interesting note. And I mean, she started making some of these points, so like the diatribe against the West, and even Sri Nandina's book on crimes against India doesn't really mention things that were stolen. There were like persecution, there was governments, there were a bunch of problems. However, there's not really a long list of things that India claims was stolen. As opposed to South America. There, and it wasn't by the British; that was by the Spanish. That basically all the gold from South America was taken by the Spanish, and so the first part of trade from India was largely through the Spanish, and that's what I say. So the net flow was gold from South America. The gold was traded with India in return for spices, and the spices were what they wanted from the East in Europe. That's why, like Christopher Columbus, that was the main reason of sailing was for spices. And at that time, like you could read economic history, like the value of coffee, tea, sugar, uh, spices were extremely valuable. Like now, you could, like McCormick's or whatever, you could get spices very cheap. But for a few hundred-year period, spices were luxury, and people got wealthy in Europe from spices. However, Indians wanted gold. So the only thing that really Indians wanted from the Westerners was gold. So the trade was almost exclusively South American gold for Indian spices.
And all the trappings of the military occupation. A huge industry.
Well, that comes later. That comes from, and even that
Nope,
that's
nope, nope. Militaries existed for a very long time.
well, no, it was, I mean, just time frame that there were 200 years before the British set up colonizations like into the 1800s. There was 200 years of trade, and the Spanish were the first. Most of the gold came from the Spanish. So the British didn't have as much gold as the Spanish. I mean, it's just an interesting part of history. Even if she's made the point, like we don't believe in history or the
Well, I
historical.
mean, look at you're sitting here saying that they didn't loot India during 100-year occupation. Like
They
these
didn't loot it.
people live this, that they know what happened.
Well, because they didn't loot India. They occupied India. They persecuted Indians, but they didn't loot India. There was nothing to loot. God forbid.
Yeah, so it just sounds like lying to
Well, you're
cover
the
it up
one
to
lying.
make it seem less bad.
You're the one lying. You don't even claim what they looted. Like,
Uh,
occupying does not imply looting. Looting implies stealing. It's like India didn't have anything to steal. They didn't have anything to loot. They occupied to And actually, they built up. The cities in modern India were built up by the British. So it's just a questionable phraseology of insisting on something that's just not true or
It
inaccurate.
just sounds like, oh, we civilized you. You should be thankful.
Um, so my point was, a lot of the same Indians that go on diatribes against the West will get disconnected.
Yeah, sorry, we lost like 30 seconds. We're back though. My bad.
I mean,
I
Dare was
just
claiming like they did loot, but you're saying, what did they loot? You're saying there's no evidence that anything other than agricultural products flowed out of India to the West. You're saying they looted agricultural products. You're saying they looted like turmeric and curry powder.
just an odd hill to die on.
When that just the general hatred of the West, hatred of the blue-eyed man, that the claim that like like, okay, not you, like, I hate the blue-eyed man and they stole from me. So just like throw that in there. So you might as well.
Think of
She
Brahmanism as a market.
hates the
Think
West so
think
much.
of
She hates the
Brahmanism.
blue-eyed man. Hates the blue-eyed man so much that you throw in and claim they looted from him.
Think of Brahmanism as a market and as maybe feeling like it's being unfairly impinged on.
Well, it's ironic, like Prabhupada's famous statement when he came to London, which he was probably also inaccurate. Like that he said, he's here to give the one thing that you didn't want. That when he came to, it was a famous speech. I forget which trip, but like Prabhupada, one of his trips to London, um, mentions like he's here to give the British the one thing that they didn't want. They took everything that they wanted, and the one thing that they thought that had no value and they had no interest in, that's what he's here to give them. And that is Vedic culture, Vaishnava culture. They say that Prabhupada came to give the British the one thing they had no interest in, which was Hinduism. Well, that's just Prabhupada's speech, but he's saying in general that the West thought there was no value, even till today. That generally the West thinks there's no value in Hinduism, Vedic culture. Um, there's no critical study or analysis of Vedic scripture, Hinduism. There's no proposed value that's even considered to be there. So I mean, you're claiming that's the opposite, that the British, the West, did want to steal uh, Vedic wisdom, Indian spirituality.
Did I say that? I said the British have taken over the Brahmins' market share of controlling Indian civilization unfairly through colonial propaganda and occupation.
Well, because they had a land system of taxation. So the British disrupted the Brahmanic
I think
tithing.
it's more about education coming in with, self-hating lies about Aryan invasion and you've always been ruled by outsiders. Ha ha ha. White people are better than you. Ha ha ha.
But they didn't propagate that in
That kind
India.
of garbage in the
That was
schools. Yeah, definitely. So I'd say mainly it's an education market, but it goes obviously well beyond that the Brahmins have been excluded from through colonialism. So yeah, obviously this is going to be bad feeling. It's
but
incredibly
they didn't
stupid,
set up
given
mass
how
education.
well you understand money and markets, stupid to deny that they'd have that gripe.
Yeah, I mean, it was all you
They got
follow.
the worst. They got the worst out of anybody for colonialism.
I mean, India still doesn't have like mass public education. The British never set up mass public education in India. They just set up a few institutes for training their aristocrats. I mean, India never attempted to set up mass education or propaganda for Indians, just a handful of people that rose to power within their system. And so Aryan invasion theory was not a theory to teach to Indians, it was a theory for Westerners.
And Indians.
They never, no, there's no, that it was never propagated or taught to Indians.
Wow, your knowledge of Indian history is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I think I know pretty good history. So if you think like Calcutta University, the Western universities where Indians learned, you could say, to be Western stooges, they may have learned Aryan invasion theory, although it wasn't the main point of the education system was to teach them in Aryan invasion theory. They wanted to teach them
Well, all I can go by is
the sciences. There was never mass education set up by the British in India. There was never mass Christian education set up of. There was never serious attempt to mass convert Indians to Christianity or to set up schools. Most of the Christian schools Indians fought to get into. The university systems Indians fought until today. Just even till today, most of the top Indian students still fight to get to the West. So it's the opposite that in Aryan invasion theory is for Westerners to understand.
for Westerners to feel maybe good about themselves, but it is obviously far more expedient in India because it's like sets the country against itself.
Well, Hinduism, Vedic culture is like Native American culture. It's just anthropology. There's limited use to it. It's not a subject that matters in the West.
Yeah, it just doesn't exist in the eyes of the West.
There's a handful of scholars that studied Hinduism and theorized about it,
And who
and it's
bragged about trying to make it look stupid so that Indians wouldn't follow Brahmins anymore.
well, I'm not even so
Look,
sure
it's
that they.
on record, okay? And
Well,
it sucks, but I don't hold a grudge because clearly, long term,
it's
benevolence
unclear.
cannot be faked.
No, I mean, saying in general, the Indians, the British worked with the Brahmins, taxed the Brahmins. I mean, it's just these kind of like hate whitey type thing.
Your whole
Where it's like, okay,
mansplaining
okay,
vibe
like
is just a little
hate the
cringe right
blue-eyed
now.
man, blame the blue-eyed man for your problems, give a bunch of heaps, and everything that's wrong is the blue-eyed man's fault.
Do you actually think that's what's being said here?
Well, yeah, I mean, basically, you're going on a
You're the one
diatribe
equating
against the
Western
blue-eyed man.
civilization to the blue eyed man. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's a ridiculous assertion.
Well, um, some Indians use the term blue-eyed man I mean,
Western civilization, first of all, is a abstract, categorical, meant to compress a lot of information
you're
quickly for
saying
political
you
reasons.
you're only thinking like, no, I don't hate the blue-eyed man. It's the West or the Christians, not the blue-eyed man. But I mean, the blue-eyed man say
Well,
because
you're taking it in an incendiary direction by making this weird, like, secret equivalence between blue-eyed man and Western civilization, and it just doesn't follow. You know, it's a one
it
is
does
a,
follow.
a,
That's
a
the
superficial
that's
trait.
the general
One is a
terminology.
multi-century aggregate identity that it definitely has fuzzy boundaries
The
that has
blue-eyed
to
man is
do
the
with,
most common.
historical expansion of Christianity.
The blue-eyed man is the most common terminology used by colonized people. The Japanese, the Chinese, the Iranians, Native Americans all referred to the Westerners as the blue-eyed man. Even in India, Hindus, the Brahmins, uh, vast amount of them referred to the Westerners as the blue-eyed man. If you have a different terminology, you'll say you don't hate but basically you're just hating on the blue-eyed man.
Does the West hate Hinduism?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, because it really
I
seems
mean,
like that sometimes.
no, I think they're indifferent to it.
Well, there's some metaphysical bottom-up superiority embodied culturally.
I would say generally the West. It was discussed like with the founding fathers in the 1893 World's Parliament of Religion of whether there's any benefit or value, if there's any thing for the West to gain from Hinduism, or how well Hindus could be acclimated into Western culture. And at this point, um, generally the West allows Indians to retain their Hinduism. I mean, just like Rishi Sunak is now Prime Minister of Britain, sworn on the Bhagavad Gita. In the United States, multiple politicians are Hindu, sworn on the Bhagavad Gita. There's very little pressure to convert Hindus in America, the West, at all to Christianity. They're largely allowed to practice their religion. Largely, they're indifferent to it. Like the academic studies that show like uh, Hindus typically have very few white friends, don't get invited to parties. Uh, all those interfaith, uh, there's not much interest in Hinduism. There's not like Hindu temples, very few Westerners, very few white people, uh, very little interest in studying it, knowing about it. You have some level of connection, like yoga is pretty popular. Uh, there might be a conception among counterculture or spiritualistic connection between Eastern spirituality. Hinduism is much more popularized and glorified in Israel than in the West. Whereas in Israel, there's more a conception that there's ancient spiritual wisdom in the East, specifically India. So in Israel, like if there was a claim that there's like true spiritual wisdom, it's most likely in India, not like China or Japan. So in Israel, it's a fetish about Vedic Indian religions as the heart of spirituality. I don't think in the West, among Christians or academic, that there's much thought at all that there's anything useful that comes out of India, besides for cheap labor, cheap engineering. Although, to some extent, be model U.S. citizens, that like the data Hindus are, uh, low testosterone, uh, prone to not prone to violence, generally law abiding, hardworking, or various level. When I first started talking to Luke Ford was insistent on Indians as dishonest people, that he considered Indians dishonest. And I think Luke Ford insists on that till today, that he would say that Indians are highly dishonest people. Uh, if you noticed in your chat, like when you first started streaming, like I said, the main pejorative of Indians is dirty Indians, and like God forbid you have like the people like I think you even had like trolls that made like accounts of like defecating on the streets or various things. but the most common pejorative of Indian would say dirty Indian, um, and refer in reference to a cleanliness standard. I even saw that at when I did food at ISKCON Temple, Hare Krishna's, that there was high concern about the cleanliness of the food. Although, Western food, fast food, people are fat and overweight. Indian restaurants are pretty popular. It's unclear whether there's generally that conception. But I would say Luke Ford, his conception in like the anglicized, like more elite uh, Western conception, the main pejorative would be that Indians, Hindus are dishonest. I don't know if you remember that when Luke Ford like went on to me for like multiple shows, insisting that Indians were dishonest, or he said
No, I don't actually remember that one.
where he said like most of the Indians he knows are dishonest, or and that's even Ralph will sometimes make that point or claim. But I think generally that's indifferent, and it's only Jews that you probably like a lot of people just assumed you were Jewish because there is a Jewish fetish with Indian and Vedic culture, possibly because Jews were never persecuted in India, or because of statements about the Kabbalah or reincarnation.
How about
That
like just enlightenment's cool?
um,
I mean, the reality is enlightenment's fucking cool.
yeah, but it's saying that if there's a general conception that Jews would associate India Vedic culture with enlightenment, I think generally in the West there's no association between Hinduism, India, and enlightenment. And that's what we saw like the CNN. Um, Even Hillary Clinton was like anti-Hindu, and like the CNN special on Hinduism, that was like anti-Hindu. And I don't know if you remember when Hindus were protesting CNN, and I think it was like the guy who wrote the book on Jesus, Zealot, uh, did like the special on India, and like they focused on the Agori and cannibalism. Oh, that rings a bell to you.
Was that guy?
The Iranian who wrote the book Zealot.
What's his name? I forgot.
I'm thinking like Reza Aslan, but I'm
That's
not
it.
sure.
Yeah. Okay, I think I remember that particular abhorrent brand of cherry picking.
But I say I don't think that there's a Western philo Vedic Vedicism and the connection between enlightenment.
ISKCON, for fuck's sakes. You serious?
It sounds like made up of like half Jews. So there's a
Uh,
Jewish connection where Jews.
It's a Hindu organization, is it not?
Yeah, where it's making the point that
You just
there,
said. I'm sorry, but like
there's
you
no
just.
conception, there's no connection with your general Westerner of India Vedic culture with enlightenment. There's a connection between Jews and India and Vedic culture and enlightenment. There's no connection between um, the West besides for the Germanics, the Aryans, like Nazis, World War II. There was a connection, the most connection between affiliation was with the Germanic people, and you even in like Russia banning the Bhagavad Gita. Look at like the Eastern Bloc. There's no general philo Vedism in some sort of like, well, yeah, like enlightenment, like Indians Vedism that like like is some connection with enlightenment. And yoga is mostly popular with you're just stretching. Yoga is the single most popular thing to come out of India in the form of stretching, and all of the Vedic religions in the West are dominated by Jews. Like almost half of all Western converts to Eastern religions are Jews. So if you go to ISKCON, or you even in like Eastern Russia, and you see all the white people joining ISKCON, that it's disproportionately Jews. So, I mean, are you disagreeing? You think there's some sort of natural proclivity towards India in the West, in belief that there's a connection between Vedic culture and Enlightenment?
I don't know if there is, and I have no clue if there is. And what can I say?
I say with Jews there are, and it's like certainly like if you're saying like Ralph, I get a lot of pushback from Jews, like it's idol worship, but I mean just the general that there's Philo-Indianism among Jews, um, but I don't think among the West, and even to think that there's a value. I would give the example like martial arts, like yoga is very popular just in terms of stretching, although very few Westerners are into Indian spirituality. And in a similar way, like martial arts is much more popular than yoga, uh, especially in the West. In that, but martial arts largely you're thinking like China, uh, association with Chinese. I mean, there's Korean, Japanese forms, but like the number of people, yoga is becoming ever and ever popular. And India, even Narendra Modi, ISKCON, uh, all try to capitalize on the popularity of yoga. So like ISKCON, when they do preaching or try it, like they almost always uh, work through yoga events and vegetarian events, so that vegetarianism and yoga might be maxing out in its popularity, as where vegetarianism is getting more and more popular. And if there's some allyship between Vedic culture and Hinduism and vegetarian, but I think that's inaccurate because most of the vegetarians I know um, don't care about Hinduism. And like I'm a vegetarian, like I go to all the vegetarian restaurants, and like I'm always seeking out like because like I'm old and live by myself, so I don't eat out that often, but I eat out a few times a week, and I'm always searching for new vegetarian restaurants, and um, almost none of them have Hindu leanings.
Okay.
I don't know if you have some sort of different experience
With regards to what?
to a proclivity of Hinduism in the West. So I'm giving an example where the main things that are popular about Hinduism is vegetarianism and yoga. However, vegetarianism now has become more popular in the West for non-Hindu reasons. So the connection between vegetarianism and Hinduism is very unpopular. So I would say I'm a vegetarian. I was influenced by Hinduism. However, most vegetarians are not influenced by Hinduism. So I'm giving just an example that I patronize almost all of the local vegetarian restaurants, and almost none of the people who run those restaurants or go to those restaurants have Hindu
I
leanings.
just find it really funny that that's like somehow indicative of something, or you think that that's indicative of something. It's very weird.
Indicative of what you're saying, the
I'm
value
not even
that,
sure what the point is anymore. I mean, sort of gone
because
all around the place.
I value the Vedas and Vedic traditions and think that there's special wisdom there. Um, I would say that I know almost no one, um, besides for Jews, that share my interest. And most of the Jews like are concerned about hidden wisdom possibly like to do with reincarnation or spiritual levels of. But I would say among general Westerners that um, there's a few spiritualists like in New Age culture. God forbid, like the one Westerner who like was going to the Hare Krishna temple was a Satanist,
Mm,
like literally a Satanist. And I went to his house. We smoked
okay.
weed together. I mean, he had idols, and but he had an interest in Hindu culture, and he was interested to know more about it. There were other hippies, New Age people, and a lot of people who join Hinduism that search into it and have various reasons. But I mean, even the number of Westerners that were interested in Hinduism in Metro Detroit, when I was active, I would say I knew the majority of them. In this thing, because like I was active with the Hare Krishnas. I served food at both Hare Krishna temples. I went on Harinam programs. I went to Indian events. I went to yoga events. I went to vegetarian events, to say that of the non-Indians interested in Hinduism in Metro Detroit, that there were only a few hundred. I mean, probably a few thousand. There's only a few thousand, which is some interest. But I mean, saying obviously um, you know, interfaith. Like I've been to most of the Hindu temples have zero white people. Some of them have like one or two white people, like affiliated or marriage um, donors. But the majority of Hindu temples in Metro Detroit have zero white people, and even like the Hare Krishna temple that has probably the most amount of white people of any of them is has like 10 white people. It's still like and it's still like high 90% Indian. And like I went to the Hare Krishna temple every week for close to 10 years. And I mean, there's probably a few thousand white people who've passed through there, a few hundred white people that passed through there, but small. And I mean, even black people. I mean, like because Detroit's mostly black, so like I know hundreds of black Hindus, hundreds of blacks that you did a little bit of Hinduism. I only know tens of black Hindus. So like in Metro Detroit, that's 90% black. Um, I don't think I know like 10 black Hindus. So I mean, there's probably definitely more of an interest in Hinduism among European, white Americans than black Americans. And among the white Americans, there's definitely a bigger interest among Jews than Christians. And I don't know if you have different experiences, like in different Canada, New Zealand, or some of you think there's different. Like there's different demographics.
I'm not really in the habit of like pigeonholing people and then attempting to model their behavior based on reductive categoricals. So the manner in which you're framing this is pretty foreign to me.
I would even put it even worse because like
Well, I'd rather not. It already sounds bad enough.
I volunteered at the Hare Krishna temple in two different temples for over 5 years, and I would say over 90% of the non-Indian people that came to the temple, I ended up speaking to. And even like as like a Hasidic Jew, that when they came to the temple and it was like over 90% Indian, that they ended up speaking to me. And a lot of them was like, aren't you Jewish? Like, what are you doing here? You're like you're a Jew? But still like almost every time, um, because I went every week to two different temples, and like if someone new came through the door, I saw them coming through the door, And over the period, like I usually ended up talking to them. And there was a certain cultural barrier that even though I was a Hasidic Jew, that they still had somewhat a more comfortability level talking to me. And different people have different reasons for going there. Some of them were spiritual seekers. Some of them were really interested in the teachings. And a lot of those people had already done investigations. And like I preached at University of Michigan. Like I did Harinam. I have it on my YouTube channel. I stood as a student in University of Michigan. I chanted Hare Krishna in the public street. I spoke to hundreds of people, mostly white, who came over and were interested. A lot of Indian students, a lot of Jews or various people, and a minority of the people. Although there's some from all backgrounds. Like even a lot of people became ISKCON devotees. Were people that I spoke to. Some of their first encounters believed that there was some deep form of enlightenment, spiritual wisdom to Vedic teachings, and they wanted to know more. There might have been a cultural barrier where, for whatever reason, the first time they felt more comfortable speaking to me than in India. And if there were white people, they probably felt more comfortable speaking to the white people than me. Like, so if I was a Hasidic Jew and there was like a blue-eyed ISKCON devotee, that most of the people would have preferred speaking to the blue-eyed ISKCON devotee over me. But even in the case about your point that there's enlightenment, that there's some sort of assumption that there's deep spiritual wisdom that could help towards enlightenment contained within Hinduism, the Vedas, I would say, is like minority. Um, like maybe even like 1 out of 50 people minority. And
Okay.
if you look in like contemporary Western culture, like movies and TV, uh, there's not it's not really portrayed in Western media, Hollywood, television, that like, oh, like here's my Hindu friend who has like deep insights about enlightenment. You had Indian characters like in major TV shows. I don't watch much TV, but I think like the '70s show, um, Harold and Kumar. Um, there's not too many, but I mean, there's a handful of uh, Indian characters that became popular in Western television, and none of them are like Hindu. You have Apu in The Simpsons, and even like Apu, like he works at 7-Eleven. There's no like connection, like Apu, like I don't know if you ever watched The Simpsons. There's an episode where Paul McCartney is a guest on The Simpsons, and he tells people like, don't pick on Apu because he worships Ganesh. But he doesn't say because like there's deep enlightenment and you can learn from these people. It's more kind of like anti-racism. It's not good to pick on people. And Apu in The Simpsons is not like portrayed as like this character that has some profound understanding of enlightenment. In fact, I can't think of a single character in popular Western media that would be portrayed as like some sort of Hindu, like that's like a beacon of enlightenment. I mean, can you?
Prabhupada, Vivekanand.
I'm talking
I don't know, but
I'm
that would
talking
be as
in media.
close as it gets. But that doesn't apparently live up to what you're describing here. So
Well, I'm saying they're not in media. I'm talking like in movies, or so I say like that '70s show where Harold and Kumar um, might be popular Indian actors, but they don't portray like enlightened Hindus. They're just Indians who, like Harold and Kumar, the guy's a stoner.
yeah,
The guy,
because of the metaphysical thing, it doesn't really translate.
well, I'm saying you could, like the guy in the '70s show that's Indian or the '80s or whatever, like could have
Not to
been like,
mention, it probably interfere with the whole grift.
well, I'm saying it could have created like, oh, like he's from India, and like every time I have trouble, I ask my Indian friend, and he has these deep insights because he's Hindu.
That might be more successful if Western civilization didn't revolve around ridiculing Hinduism.
And in generally in America, like almost all publicity around ISKCON is negative, related to like being a cult.
Uh,
I mean, Prabhupada was
don't they have those tasty restaurants?
well, that's among popular people, but not in the media. ISKCON has very little positive media attention or news stories. So I mean, ISKCON is yeah very popular for vegetarianism. So like in Metro Detroit, and I did food distribution. You'll meet lots of people. They know ISKCON, like, oh, vegetarian food. Like, I love your food. But I don't think the whole time I was in ISKCON, I ever saw a positive news story written about ISKCON. And like, I'm an Orthodox Jew also, so it's like a Hasidim. Like, I never saw a positive news article written about Orthodox Jews or Hasidim. Like when I was in New York, like the New York Times, like like constantly bashing Orthodox Jews and Hasidim. But I don't think I've ever seen a positive news art like so in ISKCON, like the Jagannath festival, they call it Festival of India, and it gets positive news coverage, but it's not portrayed as ISKCON or the Hare Krishnas. It's portrayed as Festival of India and a celebration of like multiculturalism. And in terms of like ISKCON, historical the Hare Krishnas always had negative news attention, although they were popular among the populace. So they say like, yeah, like I all the time I saw people like, oh, it's kind of vegetarian food. Like, yeah, you guys fed me, and it was a positive memory. And even like chanting, like, oh, like yeah, Hare Krishna, like you're very musical, but the media coverage is almost all negative. I mean, you made the claim that started this like 30-minute diatribe that there's a connection between Western culture and believing that there's enlightenment in the East, specifically India. And so I rejected your claim and said that I don't think that's accurate. I did think it's accurate among Jews.
Okay.
But I mean, it could specifically be common among Jews because Jews aren't Westerners. That's one of the reasons why, Jews are so much more likely to be interested in Vedic religions because we're not Westerners. And we're going back to how we got started on this was the diatribes that Indians go on the West, which I'm very used to, and it's typically like the Jewish, like it's like the commonality, like of common oppression, like oh, like I'm a Jew, and we were also oppressed by the British, so let's just hate Whitey, hate the blue-eyed man together.
Sounds horrible.
I mean, it's negativity. I don't know, like I mean, it's actually positive that common enemy. I mean, it's negative karma, bad energy to align yourself on a common enemy. And generally, like I wasn't so much into that. Like I did participate in conversations and talk about like Israel and generally Indians are very pro-Israel. Hindus are very pro-Israel. You even in Metro Detroit, like the Swami on Indian TV that you like, he's like even more pro-Israel than Israelis. And it was mostly Muslim. Actually, like the vast majority is actually Islamic bashing. So like God forbid, like think about like I remember countless diatribes against blue-eyed men. Although I'm not sure actually I remember any Indians using the expression blue-eyed men, but definitely about the West and the British, Christianity. However, the most common target was Muslims, and I would actually usually be defensive of Muslims, although I was less defensive of the British than Muslims. Usually I would put up more of a defense for Muslims than I did for the British.
I feel like you're confessing your sins tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I prepared all this stuff on science and model theory, and I guess we're not going to get to any of it. Like I originally thought, like I would be able to read for like 2 3 hours from these articles on science and models, which probably been more important. Instead, just random tidbits on Doovid's um, unfortunate disagreement with Ashish Delela, leading to talking about Hinduism. I'd make one final point on that, which even Ashish, like he made this point where I guess it was like he called it like a personal attack on me, but basically like you can't be trusted, like you're not so innocent, and because I was like, well, I'm just an independent scholar, but that like among Jews, there's a heavy distrust for outsiders, and even me is like I'm a Jewish insider, but I'm only a half Jew, and there's always like a heavy distrust, like can we trust this guy? Like, is he really one of us? Even like Twitter, Ralph constantly, I have Jews question my loyalty to Judaism. Can I be trusted? Am I really Jewish? And Indians are definitely like that too, where they're. I mean, everyone's really like that. But I was saying, like even like in ISKCON, there was always a high level of distrust of me as like I don't know if it's like I want to call it anti-Semitism because like because a lot of them didn't even know enough about what Judaism is or even classify me as a Jew. And a lot of people thought it was like Christian or Muslim, or a lot of people even asked me like, "What's Judaism?" They knew nothing about Judaism, but because I had my head covered and like I didn't bow or various things, there was a heavy distrust of me and an assumption that like I'm involved in something, even though like generally I only gave to ISKCON. Like I gave them money, I did service, I helped them, um, and but there was like a very heavy distrust, and that like I would probably say because it's like evolutionary group theory, group um, well, the terminology is slipping me, um, but the Hinduism as an evolutionary group strategy, and then you see like I'm not part of their group strategy, and therefore a heavy distrust that I have some sort of nefarious purpose. And so that Ashish Delela echoed that. Usually it wasn't in statement, but definitely um, high distrust levels to outsiders. Uh,
Well, I think there's a lot of Westerners that come and talk to Hindus as though they know their religion better than they do, and it's pretty off-putting.
well,
Like when that
but I don't think that's distrust. Like I'm
name
saying, distrust like you're
doesn't create a lot of trust. It creates distrust because it's like, oh, this dumbass doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. I better ignore everything they say.
yeah, but I'm saying that level of irritants, dislike versus distrust in the assumption that your motive is nefarious. So if you just ask like stupid American who thinks they know something when they don't, versus like the only reason you're coming to ISKCON and volunteering in our temple and giving us money is because you secretly have this nefarious motive.
I'm just thinking like it's hard to understand Hinduism, and coming across as a know-it-all is like, well, eh, even the best sages are not arrogant about what they know.
Yeah, I mean, I never came across as a know-it-all. Like
It's not for you to say. You can't project your cultural expectations on other cultures and expect them to exceed to them, and that's not going to lead to conflict.
no, I'm saying I openly went there to learn from them. I served their leadership. Like I even used to bring the set up the stuff for the speaker. Like I never spoke there. I never preached to people. Generally, like I listened to their preachers. I bought their books. Uh, that I think mean, generally, I'm not even saying that it's natural that people just assumed because I was different that I had some sort of nefarious intention. So I say, like, honestly, just interested. I think that there's the secret to enlightenment and
Were
wisdom.
you asserting any, making any broadly assertive claims about Hinduism and other people not agreeing with them?
Well, it goes back to kind of what we were talking about.
Because like
With,
a convert really shouldn't feel comfortable disagreeing about doctrinal matters, ever.
well, it goes back to like we were talking about, like if you had went to the Science of Consciousness conference, and I said, well, there would never be an occasion like where you would be talking, there would be multiple people listening. So, in all of the time I went to the Hare Krishna temples, like hundreds of times over multiple years, there was never one time, like a few times, uh, at special events, like I said a few words, but usually that was in Parents' Day. But I spoke, but there's never a time where I spoke to multiple people and people were listening. Um, so for all the time I was there, like I never gave a speech. I never spoke to probably more than like three people at once.
I was more thinking about what happened with Ashish Dalal.
Yeah, so it never would have happened that like if he were there and like we were sitting next to each other and had a conversation, but there never like I would have never been speaking and like everyone was listening to me. Like I never spoke there. I never had any position of authority. I helped out in the kitchen. I served food. I had a little bit of authority.
You confronted a scholar in a public arena. You did that.
Well, I didn't confront him. I just
I'm
said,
afraid to put it. You don't decide whether he interprets it as a confrontation.
well, he might have. I was saying
Yeah.
like he wasn't. I was confronting him on.
An interaction is not a dictatorship where you, and frankly, pushing back as a convert on doctrinal matters comes across as extremely gauche.
I wasn't. I was confronting him on what he said about the West and Christians. I didn't confront him about Vedism. I confronted even his expression of the term "we." That was not in relationship to uh, him as a scholar. That was in relationship to his criticism of the West. So no, I mean, I absolutely did not confront him on Hinduism. I confronted him on his criticisms of the West.
Okay.
And not one time in all the time I went to ISKCON did I ever confront somebody. I like there might have been some disputes related to.
You know, you've used the tenets of Hinduism to argue against me a bunch of times, like ahimsa and stuff. So there is a precedent.
No, there isn't. I mean, your projection. You're the one who portrays yourself as some sort of authority on Hinduism. I never like I said I'm the person who just
You describe dharma constantly in terms of money and karma constantly
I
in
use
terms of money.
terminology. I'm just a person who found Hinduism interesting because I thought that there was relevant wisdom contained within it. I never tried to
Okay.
enter Hindu hierarchical structures, portray myself as a Hindu scholar. I did write that article on the Ahimsa principle. Even in that, I did not portray myself as
By confronting a scholar, you aren't automatically declaring yourself a scholar. Otherwise, who the fuck are you to say fuck all?
well, I am saying that topic. I'm more knowledgeable.
This
The
is
West. No,
just a standard
I'm saying
traditional
I mean,
respect.
it's saying that he's not an authority on the West. Like in that sense, like I have more scholarship on the West than he does. I did not confront him on Hinduism. I confronted him on his opinions about the West, and saying in that sense, yeah, I consider myself more scholarly than he is on the West. And it wasn't a confrontation. I was actually hoping to you have a discussion. I had something to be useful. He took it as a confrontation. Um, that I mean, I don't know his intentions. I could guess his intentions, and some of he made relatively clear. But no, I confronted him on his opinions of the West, and he's not. He doesn't claim to be a scholar of the West. I mean, he's basically like, I read a few books on Christianity, and now I'm here to refute Christianity. He wasn't. So yeah, I did confront him on that. If you want to put it, I wouldn't even
He's
say
asserting a theological
I
opinion.
didn't even
He's
say I confronted.
asserting a
I accused him.
theological
I accused
he's
him of a double
asserting a
standard.
theological opinion as a Brahmin, isn't he?
No, I don't think so, Matt. I don't think he's a Brahmin.
You don't fucking decide that. And the fact that you think you do will continue to cause you friction.
If he's a Brahmin, he didn't say so.
If he's engaged in scholarship, he must be Brahmin because Brahminness is decided by vocation. Duh. Basic tenet of Hinduism. Like, Hinduism's really hard to understand. That's the whole point. Like, if you're a fucking convert, you should never think you have the right to don't confront scholars as a convert. It's a mistake. You don't understand how long they've been at this and how complicated this stuff is.
Yeah, I mean, possibly, but no, I think your criticism.
Fine, just keep going, and then eventually they'll come back and with a much harsher analytic style philosophy, and fine.
Yeah, I think your criticism is largely misplaced. I think he deleted the post because he was more worried about his own words than my words. Even my words were largely deferential.
You don't decide what deferential means. In another religion, sorry, doesn't work that way. You accede to the norm, or you're just a bad Hindu.
Well,
You don't set the norms in Hinduism.
He didn't even make those claims.
It's a claim of Hinduism, which you apparently don't understand very well.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, like, I mean, it's just, I mean, God forbid. So, I mean, I guess if that's the way you feel, that's the way you feel. But
it doesn't really seem like you're taking any responsibility for what happened. I'm not saying he's blameless, but for so long as you continue to not see your part in this, it's going to keep happening.
When I say blame, like, I tried to have a dialogue and it didn't work out well. So
yeah, and I've had tons of times where that's happened for me, and every time
I don't really.
I've taken as much responsibility as possible, and I never take zero responsibility for how something went.
Generally, like, I don't comment or assert myself. I've been sharing his posts, so like I mentioned, even a week in review, that like he's trying to start conversations. I mean, to some extent, I kind of felt bad for him. Like, no one's commenting, so I've been reading his stuff. I thought I'd comment, and it didn't work out well. So like I stopped commenting, and it didn't work out that well. So it's unfortunate. I'm not sure that there's anything I could have done that would have made it went differently.
I guess not be so offensive.
Yeah, I don't think I was offensive.
Exactly. You're trying to impose your dumb norm on Hinduism, and that's offensive.
Yeah, I mean, you're just making preposterous claims. That's not what I did at all.
I'm afraid, according to my understanding of Hinduism, and I just explained it to you, you did. By being a scholar, one is engaged in the process of being a Brahmin. By confronting a scholar, you are asserting yourself to also be a Brahmin. And if you don't comport yourself along the honor code of Brahmins, you're not doing it right. And I'm afraid there are entailments to the theory that you don't abide. So, yeah, there you go. You don't get to say you're an Orthodox Hindu. You don't get to say you're an Orthodox Hindu because the Orthodox Hindus are going to look at what you say and believe, and they're going to say, no, that doesn't line up with what we believe.
That wasn't what the conversation. I mean, you're just talking nonsense. Like, you're.
Do you have the right to push back on what he wrote? By doing so, you're asserting yourself an authority. Do you have that authority? Under Hinduism, no. So that's what the problem is. And if you can't understand that, sorry, maybe we can come back to it later. But I maintain that.
Okay, well, I mean, God forbid. So this has been going on too long. We didn't get to any of the thing that I wanted to talk about. So it doesn't look like we're going to. So, I mean, I guess to anyone who did listen to this, that's why I said that Jennifer's kind of like a sheesh. I mean, I said it's like kind of like.
I'm kind of like everybody, or maybe you're just having the same issue because of something with you with a bunch of different people. I mean, you're saying I'm like a bunch of other people, but it's like
Yeah, I was saying the
the
issue that I
thing
had with
in common with all these people is you.
the thing I had with Ashish is basically I would say parallel to Renault and Jennifer, and
Which is
not
they're
that
not
productive.
that we're not educated enough.
Um, yeah, I guess it's just like I mean I use delusions of grandeur that like you all suffer delusions
What
of
about
grandeur.
you? What about you? You suffer any delusions of grandeur when you attempt to speak on behalf of Western civilization?
Um, I don't think I attempt to speak on behalf of Western civilization, nor
You've
do I
done it
think
several times in this very
nor
stream.
do I think I suffer delusions of grandeur. I think that that's a point. You, Ashish, Renault suffered delusions of grandeur, and you come out in a similar way.
Great.
You could
So,
project and try to put it back on me.
if you think people are going to appreciate this kind of commentary in any capacity, you're wrong. So, if you want to make inflammatory commentary, keep it up.
I don't think. I mean, generally, people don't like negative feedback. So,
So
and
you're
even we
giving
can
it.
do. I mean, they say like I mean, I thought like possibly like this like just because the time difference that like this God forbid was like our last week in review, like that you probably didn't want to do it anymore or whatever.
Well, I
You
feel
know,
bad about that, and it's funny because I
and
looked
I'm
up.
probably gonna think like that next week too. So like the way the conversation, I'm thinking like, oh man, like it's
Well,
probably
you don't have to think about that
now,
because
honestly
that's not
like
going to happen.
every week in review, like generally that's what I'm thinking.
Okay,
But
well, that's something that you have to ask yourself. Why am I so insecure?
uh, yeah, it could be. I don't necessarily think it's because
Well,
I'm
everyone
insecure.
has degrees of insecurity in things because security comes from competence, and you can't be competent at everything. So, there's always a way to feel insecure in a way.
And like I did have research, but we're not going to get to it, and I'm not even sure that there'd be anything productive of sharing it. So I guess we'll sign off. We'll see what happens. God bless. Have a great week.
You don't have any more stuff to share?
I had a bunch of more stuff to share, but like whatever, we've been going for 5 hours, and um,
If you want to still share, like I'm still good to go. If you want to wrap up, that's fine. Like
yeah, I mean,
I'm
basically
fine.
just be me reading articles, and I'm not sure, what the benefit of that is.
Well,
But I guess I'll put the links in the chat since maybe I was thinking. I thought maybe like we just God forbid like okay like because you were an hour late that like maybe like we weren't going to do weekend review anymore, and
were
then I
you
was thinking
sad or
I don't really suffer sadness. I just said like karma or something. So I mean, even like if like a sheesh, like if it deteriorated to like death threats, um, I don't like I'm pretty level, so I don't think it would have caused me happiness or sadness. Um, and I don't really have
well, you
expectations.
brought it up a bunch of times. Quite frankly, it didn't even occur to me until like 10 minutes before the show was supposed to start that because I thought for whatever reason daylight savings time when it did happen was going to actually be an extra hour before the show started. I was like, dang, got that backwards.
I say from my perspective, the main value proposition of week in review is, I guess, reading these scientific articles. So I'm not sure, like you from this week. I like I don't I, like I feel that we didn't.
Well, you could talk about
Telling your
whatever you wanted.
value proposition.
To me, the interesting part is talking about writing as well as these readings, but it's in the context of writing. So, like the readings, I see them as useful in terms of informing like research for writing.
Yes, I pulled out from Stanford.
Like, don't feel like you have to read all these articles though at the same time. But like, yeah, I mean, I think there's value proposition there, but it's ultimately down to you.
Well, that was
And
what I was looking
like
for. That was like the only thing relatively week in review I was looking forward to.
the writing stuff or the reading the
Reading these
articles.
reading these articles.
It's a bit long, but yeah, I guess if you could read a segment of them, it could be interesting. But like, I think at a certain point, it's hard, at least for me, to really absorb a lot of this stuff. Uh, it would have to be broken down into sections, go through one part, talk about it, then go through another part, talk about it, stuff like that. Just a
But
straight read through. At a certain point, it's hard because I find not all contexts really define their terminology the same way. Sometimes it doesn't matter, but sometimes it just feels sort of like the whole thing is has no center.
okay, so I share this one a few weeks. I mean, this would be like 2-3 hours of reading, even to, and I actually read through it twice. So I looked over the parts. So even to just reading the sections from like reading about like 30% of this probably would have been like 2 hours of reading. Maybe I'll even do a stream on my own channel and I'll read this stuff. Um, so this one I covered,
Awesome.
I shared a few weeks. Um, and been putting it off. This was atomism from the 17th to the 20th century. And a little bit about thermodynamics, chemistry, metaphysics. Here was what they call computational philosophy, um, related to, also starting with Leibniz, mechanized computational techniques to instantiate, extend, and amplify philosophical research. So these next like 6 were all related to what I was calling the category of scientific modeling. This one was only loosely based on logical consequence, um, like general causation. So these 4 were the main ones I wanted to go through. Although atomism would have been interesting to go through also, was that one I just brought up because I'd shared it the last few weeks. So this was the main one I was going to read the most from, the structure of scientific theories. It has, I guess, the 3 main schools of syntactic view, semantic view, and the pragmatic view of scientific theories. Um, Here is models in science. And this one was also pretty important. And it had, the ontology of models. It had a whole different types of models, scale models, analogical models, idealized models, toy models, minimal models, phenomenological models, exploratory models, models of data, um, set theoretical structures, the epistemology, cognitive functions of models, explanatory power of models, the connection of a model to theory, and so it was interesting. Connect concept of the connection of a model to a theory, model and realism and the laws of nature, and reductivism. All these were pretty interesting. That I read through this twice, and it would have been pretty interesting. And that was the main topic, the models. But I said like the one actually on models and science wasn't enough because there's other overlapping topics. So this was scientific explanation. Um, and this one was more technical, related to the philosophy of science. And you have like theories of the explanatory power of science. And I guess anyone who knows the philosophy of science maybe heard of these things like the deductive nomological model. Um, a scientific explanation consists of two major constituents: an explendum, which is a sentence describing the phenomenon to be explained, and explanans, the class of those sentences which are adduced to account for the phenomenon. Um, and then there's another major school, which I think was this. So there's SR model, statistical relevance, and the causal mechanical model. So these are all like major schools within the philosophy of science. And there's another one here, scientific representation. So I say there's explanation, models, structure of scientific theory, and scientific representation. And this also has various schools: inferential, structuralist, in deflationary inferentialism, inflationary inferentialism. Um, so I thought these were interesting. Most of this comes recently in the last few decades, and this is really only a small start because further within this would be actually mathematical model theory or logical conceptions. And I might even stream about this on my channel because this would be closer to the multiple truth hypothesis and the framing for the multiple truth hypothesis. And then you see like even just the question like what is a model, what is the use of a model, what does a model represent,
Yeah,
what's
that could be useful to situate your understanding of models in the historical context of understanding of models.
well, none of these articles were really historical.
Well, don't they kind of have some historical basis?
No, almost all these theories are in the last few decades and didn't have like a historical overview. It was just like these are the main current schools of science. Um, so none of these really had historical overviews, and almost all the names are modern, which
Cool.
shows, I guess, currently that model theory is modern. So in mathematics, model theory is pretty recent, and then even like a deep dive into methodology. So the metaphysics, like there's a long history of the philosophy of science. Actually, the philosophy of science is also a relatively new field. Like Popper, Kuhn, Lakatos. I would say it's probably even like the mostly the second half of the scientific revolution, second half of the 20th century. Like you have neo-Kantianism, Kant. You could call neo-Kantianism like the philosophy of science, but it's unclear. Even there you're still more in the realm of metaphysics and philosophy. And then where you have really deeper questions about methodology, what is, you're not trying to answer philosophical, I don't even know how to describe it. So that's why I was just going to read through it. Maybe it's still interesting to do another week, or maybe I'll try to do that on my own channel, try to figure out
I think it'd probably be worthwhile doing on your channel. So much there.
Yeah, so I actually was sparked like an interest. So yeah, I saw like I was reading a lot this week, and I was kind of just interested for myself. Like I want to understand this stuff, and it seemed more personally interesting. Like to me myself, like oh man, this is really good. I'm really starting to understand this stuff,
That's
and
wonderful. It's one of the
like
better feelings that you can get when reading.
I was more down on even like what to share. That even at that point where I started getting excited about that, I was like, oh man, there's no one to tell, or
Well, if you wanted to do the read through on your channel, then we could go through like a summary of it on Week in Review, and I don't know, anything really for the writing process. I'm down to do. I know you're kind of negative on it, but I don't really mind. Like I like the process of refining ideas, and I guess I kind of feel like that's what this is.
yeah, I might try to see what happens with my chess essay. Chess hadn't been the last 2 weeks, so maybe on Friday I'll show my chess essay to Coach Fight and some of the people at the Detroit Institute of Arts, and if I get some sort of positive feedback from that, I haven't. Maybe I'll also eventually rewrite and put out my high low birth. But yeah, I've been getting kind of like negative feedback. I'm even looking at like I'm considering.
About the high-low birth thing. It's inflammatory. It goes against like the dream of a meritocracy. It's like a
Well, no, I'm saying
foundational
that.
myth in Western culture.
Well, no, I was saying like that's not what I mean. I didn't even put that out, so maybe I'm getting a combination of negative feedback from Jennifer. But I would say like this week, the last few weeks, I had a whole bunch of negative feedback. Negative feedback with my conversation with Ashish. I had a series of other minor forms of negative feedback. So it made me less interested in putting out content.
Well, that's where practice is important because then you can get a balanced perspective on things. But if you're that upset, why not take responsibility, and then you'll have a better chance of it not happening again. You don't think you did anything that could have been better, it seems. So one has
Um,
to wonder why you're getting involved in the combos in the first place.
well, yeah, that's why. That's like I even thought like, oh man, like weekend review is probably going to come to an end, and you're just general pessimism. I don't know, upset, just pessimism.
Well, I don't take it personally. So
Yeah, I'm just saying that I react to negative feedback in terms like, okay, like like I spent, I had probably more research, like I was almost up to maybe even reading like 1,000 pages a day. And I was like really sitting for long stretches, like 4 hours straight, like just reading and getting more into it. And then like I was downloading books. It's like I downloaded like another 200 books this week. So I was looking through these things and I was just like searching for books that are in the bibliography, and I downloaded like 200 books, and even names I hadn't even heard of before, like I like Jacob Agassi, certain people in like the philosophy of science, and then I downloaded like all their books. And I was looking at them, I was like, wow, like this, like, and just, even like just this topic, where I just like scientific models, and so just like the words that have science, like representations in science, models in science, structure of scientific theories, and there was more than just those. So even just like those that I showed, there was more just on the Plato Stanford Library directly related to scientific models, let alone periphery topics. So I was kind of like excited to learn more, although I became overly pessimistic to the value to like sharing it with anybody, or even like streaming. I was actually like excited almost to just stream so I could listen to myself back and try to understand it better. But then it was like unclear. Like when I first started streaming, where I was like basically just like talking to myself to record and listen back. So I think in a lot of ways, like that's my value to Week in Review, is that like I read from the stuff and then I listen to it back, and that's, I mean, Jennifer gives, hopefully usually some good comments, but you're just the value in reading it and listening to it back, that like I was almost excited to do that, but I'm not quite sure. And then I signed up for a bunch of engineering conferences. So there haven't been any engineering conferences in a while. So I just signed up for 4 engineering conferences. So I was thinking, possibly, I think, yeah, basically like all of my feedback, I mean, not all, but like the majority of my feedback on Judaism, politics, Hinduism is negative.
Yeah, you're saying controversial things.
Yeah, so I mean, my
That's to be
engineer,
expected. Controversial stuff equals blowback. So the
yeah,
idea
so
is
I was
to
thinking to just,
to make the blowback worth it. And you seem to like, I don't want to say revel in controversy, but it's more than I prefer.
um, yeah, so I thought like I'd focus on engineering, and I mean, although my engineering, I get it's not I mean, it's not that controversial. Uh, it's my least science and
Don't you
engineering.
think you have some sort of affiliation for the controversial?
Um, no, I don't think it
That's
benefits.
probably the wrong word. Just like, I don't know.
No, because like, okay, this is what I like. I have opinions or certain things, but like, no, there's no benefit to me sharing with anybody. So it's like, okay, like I like Ashish's books. I read his books. I reached out. We had a little conversation. At that point, I was still more involved in ISKCON. Um, but yeah, there's no benefit in like even reaching out to talk with him. So I could have just like bought and read his books. Um, there's really no benefit to like reaching out and try to talk to him. And it's probably like that, like generally with everybody. Um, Probably also in science. Like I even mentioned like some of these like like the, I forget, the physics offer or the science of consciousness, that there's probably not really a benefit of reaching out and trying to talk to these people. And even like the science of consciousness conference, that like I might have learned something. It would have been interesting to go to the conference, but it's probably not that much of a value proposition. Engineering, there's a value proposition, but it's more in the capitalistic enterprise of engineering, and so I should probably just focus on that. And like as I get older, also, um, yeah, probably just better off focus on money in terms of like science relate to engineering, relate to profitability to engineering, and making money off of it. Like these conversations are probably largely meaningless. There might be a method to understand things deeper. And like my opinion on Judaism, Hinduism, politics, Freemasonry, they don't really matter. Not really anyone cares. There's some topics, but it's mostly negative feedback. I do think I have insight into Freemasonry, but
Do you
like,
think that getting negative feedback is a bad thing? Like, I don't understand how you can't see the positive side sometimes to negative feedback.
no, I mean, generally I respond to negative feedback by stop doing it. So I get negative feedback, usually like, then I just take it as a sign to um, give up on that, or like not veer down that path anymore. So, uh,
Sometimes you have to do hard stuff for the greater good, though, that people get upset about based on principle.
well, I would fight a battle in that sense. Like, okay, when I originally started like arguing with counter Semites, I was willing to accept negative, negative feedback from counter Semites. But when I started getting negative feedback from Jews, then I was like, okay, I better just stop doing this. So, like Hinduism, it's I start getting negative feedback from Hindus.
Yeah, so your passion is the thing where getting the negative feedback makes you feel good.
No, I don't feel good about negative feedback. Like, if I'm
If
doing
you were
something
pursuing
shitty,
your passion, you wouldn't feel bad about negative feedback. You would feel like it was a blessing.
I don't have to. I mean, to pursue my passion, like I would still, like I mentioned, my dad, I would still be studying and reading and thinking about this stuff, even if I don't put anything out there. So, like, if I were doing something engineering, I was making money as my profession, I got negative feedback, but they're just like to put it out there because like maybe people find it interesting, and then like majority of my feedback is negative, no one finds it interesting, then it's just a waste of time, and it's bad karma for no benefit. So it's like I could give commentary on Judaism. No one wants to hear it. There's no benefit to me giving commentary. I could still be a Jew, study Judaism, practice Judaism, but like to put out into the public domain my thoughts on these issues doesn't benefit me. It doesn't benefit others. And so like Week in Review to just study science. To me, that has like value, um, and I think it's like diminished where that's
Yeah.
to some extent the only value left in Week in Review. I was even talking to Halsey, like God forbid, um, and like that deteriorated. It was I mentioned like on Twitter this week. I got tagged in like hundreds of posts on Twitter, and it was like ultra testosterone and Claire. Like somehow Claire tagged me in one of her posts, and like literally like there were like 500 posts on it,